Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. From the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a brand new week. It's a Monday. Great to have you with us. Coming up, we get started by looking at our show parlay, how that did over the weekend, and then we'll check out all the action from Sunday in the association. In 20 minutes, Derek Carr has retired from football, so the Saints need a quarterback. We've got NFL news coming your way. Then at 6:40, oh, God, sure. Let's start our week with some Jordan Hudson news. Let's do that. That's also on the docket before we look at tonight's playoff action in the association. Celtics, Warriors, each trying to even up their respective playoff series. Then we'll look at our favorite plays in baseball at 7:20 and our MVP Monday at 7:40. At 8 o'clock, more NBA analysis as Gary Washburn, the national NBA writer for the Boston Globe, will be along. Then we'll tell you our favorite picks of the day. At 8:40, I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, happy Monday. How was your Mother's Day?
Yeah, it was good. Nothing gives you the Sunday scaries more than having to research Jordan Hudson stories. You're like, oh, Monday, you're at it again. Mother's Day was good. Okay. I feel like I had like split custody over it because obviously I wanted to spend some time with my mom and doing some things she wanted to do. But I did get like an hour to myself to like lay in bed and watch TV. So that was good. And I did feel like it was very much a Mother's Day weekend. So Jake definitely treated me like a queen the entire weekend, which was nice.
Oh, that's awesome. You deserve it. I talked to my mom yesterday, and then I got a call from my mom on Friday. And so my mom was telling me stories. My mom was on one. She was like, I just want to talk for a while. I'm like, all right, let's go. And she was telling me stories I had never heard before, which is kind of amazing when you think about your parents because you tend to know everything about them. And my mom was telling me, I don't even know how we got into it. And she was telling me that when she was 17, she went to work for like the United States Naval Surveillance Academy or something to that effect. And she was the only woman working there. and she had to have special permission from her parents. I know I'm not getting this exactly right, but she was 17 at the time, and she used to send out teletype to different naval ships. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, I was 17 though, and I had to quit because I had to go to school. I was like, you were sending teletype out to naval ships as part of some sort of surveillance observatory. She's like, yes. I was like, oh, go mom. That's incredible. So we had a great conversation. Talked to her yesterday because it was Mother's Day. And by the way, I sent my mom macaroons. You have to understand, I'm from the middle of nowhere. My mom has never had a macaroon before. So she was like, Michael, I don't know what it is you sent me, but I ate there's 2 boxes. I ate the whole box myself. And then your stepdad, he wanted some, and I had to hide him in the back of the fridge because I want the second box. So Mom was very excited to have macaroni. I made sure I got some good ones, and I thought, I wonder if she's actually had these. So it was a good Mother's Day.
That's a tough habit, though, because those are not cheap. Like, I don't know if you've noticed the price of those, even at, like, the mall, when it's not like a boutique-y place. It's like $7 for a macaroon. You're like, what? How do they make these things? With pure gold? So good luck curbing that habit with your mom. But I feel like this is something that's going to die out with, the next generation, because I feel like people don't have any secrets anymore. Like, I feel like I've had a lot of instances with my mom where I learned things about her that I never thought that, like, in a million years. Like, I learned that she was married before my dad. Like, when I was in college. She didn't tell me about that one. But I feel like now that people share everything on social media, like, nobody's going to have any secrets. Like, we know everything about everybody because they share it openly and willingly. Like, I feel like I've seen everybody's birth story along with, like, videos of things that I don't want to see about people's moms. So I feel like that is a nuance that we will no longer have.
I think that's a really good point. I was talking to my friend Ben, I don't know, this is a couple months ago, and it reminded me of this because I saw Ben over the weekend. We were celebrating a friend of ours. Our friend Steve had his 50th birthday, so a bunch of us got together at Nats Park, and I was telling him something from my childhood, and we've known each other for, God, coming on 20 years, and he was just like, what? I was like, yeah, and this happened, and this happened. He goes, really? And I was like, yeah. And we don't have to go on. He goes, no. Like, you have a captive audience. I want to hear more about this. So it's kind of interesting that's such a good point that now everything's out there so early on. It's kind of nice to be surprised by something you've never heard, particularly when it's someone you love or someone who's close to you.
Yeah, I feel like it's weird to me when you find out somebody's, like, struggling with something, because I am not knocking people who put this on the internet, because sometimes it is nice to have somebody who can commiserate with what you're going through. But, like, it just feels like if you have any kind of struggle and it's not in public, like, that struggle doesn't exist. Like, people don't acknowledge that your life is hard. Your life is so easy. It's like, well, yeah, I don't share everything on the internet. So that, and there's, like, way too many pictures of kids now. Like, I have a problem with this. Like, think about how many pictures you have from being a child. Like, I'm sure that you have, like, scrapbooks full.
Sure.
But, like, think about the iCloud space that it takes for having kids these days. Like, think about how many pictures you are expected to take of your child per day. Like, what are we going to do with all these pictures? Are we going to have, like, a big supercomputer that they're going to look back, like, when they're, 50 and be like, here are 6 million pictures of you, ages 3 to 5.
It's true. Back then, you were lucky to have a handful. Now here's the 1,000 from May of 2016 when you were 2. It's like, oh, God. Okay, Mom, I get
Eating a Cheerio. Like, wow.
Now, here's 5 other pictures of you eating that very same Cheerio. Not a whole lot has changed, but still, I've got them. You should be sharing your pics because you got a couple dubs over the weekend, Chelsea.
Yeah, it was a nice weekend. Finally, I would like to point out that we both have winning records, which I feel like it's been a minute for me. So nice to end the week on a high note. Best bet of the week the day was Osvaldo Bido, pitcher for the A's, over 4.5 hits allowed against the Yankees. Yankees won the best hitting lineups in all of baseball. This game was at home. We know the A's play at an over park. This was an easy winner. Bido allowed 8 hits against the Yankees in a slugfest of a series. Also had the Padres on the run line. Not much of a handicap here. They were playing the Rockies, so that one continues to cash. Jenks, are we riding this until it shoves us off the train, fading the Rockies?
I mean, we might have to. I had a 1-on-1 day. I had the Mariners against the Blue Jays, and this was on Friday, by the way. Blue Jays win
Yeah.
6-3, so that was a loss. But I also had the Padres on the run line. That was an easy winner. That's like 3 straight wins I got over the past week, just fading the Rockies outright on the run line. Donkster had the Yankees on the money line against the A's. The Yankees won their Friday battle 10-2. So for the week, how about this? You went 6-5. I went 10-6. The Donkster bringing up the rear at 2-3. Also, our show parlay 3-1. So close. So close. Padres run line. Osvaldo Bido. Aaron Gordon to score 20-plus points. Wait, I don't think he had 20-plus points, did he? Or did he? No, he did.
He did on
He
Friday.
did on
22.
Friday. That's right. So we had dub, up. But Double D had Braves on the run line against the Pirates, which was a good bet. But the Pirates won that game 3-2. So the parlay goes 3-1 at 15-1 odds. It is a daily tip here on the BetMGM Network. Yesterday in the NBA, how about the Thunder holding off the Nuggets 92-87 in Denver? Nuggets getting 7 points. The Thunder minus 285 on the money line. Total set at 228.5. The under hits. SGA leading OKC with 9 of his 25 in the fourth.
He rejects the screen, steps through, got it! SGA on the JOB.
That's from ESPN. Oklahoma City actually trails by 8 points early in the fourth, but then they go on an 11-0 run to finally put them up for good. Jalen Williams, 10 points, 14 boards. Both teams shoot 21 of 86 combined from long range. So nice rally by OKC. This was a pretty ugly game, though.
Yeah, I think both teams didn't want to admit it, but I think they were a little tired from Friday's slugfest. An overtime, late night game. Then they had the early game on Mother's Day, and you could kind of see it. Again, after the game, they tried to say, no, it wasn't fatigue, especially Nikola Jokic. I think he said something to the effect of like, no, we don't get tired. But it looked like it. When you see the other game and the Pacers have like 80 points at halftime and the Nuggets finish the entire game with 87 points, yeah, they looked like the older team here, and not in a good way. And here's the thing about the Thunder. We had our reservations about a team that is still very young in closing games out. But they looked like the veteran team in this one, closing it out, another close game between these two. And so I think this is them turning the page and saying, hey, we are no longer the young team in the mix. We are that team that last year you said, hey, maybe they're 1 year away. Maybe this is the year, because they looked very clutch in the moments that mattered.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I think the one thing the Nuggets need right now is more Joker. He has had the worst 3-game shooting stretch of his entire career, where he's had at least 15 attempts, and he shot 33% from the field. And he admitted after the game, look, it's basketball, but also this is a Thunder team that's doing a very good job defensively against me. And he didn't sound necessarily frustrated, but ultimately this is a guy who he's got to be able to play at that level for the Nuggets to have a chance here. They're certainly still in it now. There's no question about that. Game 5 tomorrow night in Oklahoma City. Thunder laying 10.5 points. Your series price is Thunder minus 265. The Nuggets are plus 450, but it's been a bit of a tough stretch for the Joker.
Yeah, and I think especially when you're a team that doesn't have a ton of depth, there's fewer room for, or there's little room for error. You know, when you are so dependent on your superstars, it's very similar to what we're seeing in, like, bless you,
thank
sir,
you,
Gesundheit. It's similar to what we see. Oh, bless you again. Similar to what we see, I think, in the Warriors series, where, you know, if they don't have Steph Curry, there is very little room for error when it comes to Jimmy Butler. So I think the same can be said for Nikola Jokic. He has been the person carrying the team for, all of these years now, and it's still the case. So we definitely need to see more from him.
Yes, we do, and we will find out soon enough again. Game 5 tomorrow in OKC. How about in the East? The Pacers dominate the Cavs. 129-109, the Pacers getting 5.5. Pacers plus 185 on the money line. Total set at 231 and a hook. The over hits. Pascal Siakam, 21 points, 5 boards, 6 assists. Miles Turner, 20 points. Obi Toppin, 20 points as well, as the Pacers tie an NBA playoff record and lead by 41 at the half.
Final 3 seconds of the half. Neesmith gets a clean look off, and he hits it. Why not? The Indiana Pacers put up an 80 spot.
Yes, they do, call courtesy of TNT. Tyrese Halliburton, only 4 points in this game, 5 assists. Doesn't matter. The Pacers with the blowout, they are 1 game away from moving to the conference finals in a game that was really chippy as well.
Oh, yeah. You'd be surprised because this game was not close. Again, I was trying to watch this game and I sat down. I was like, wow, this is not very much a game at all. Because even when the game was like somewhat getting out of hand, then the Pacers really caught fire. It was like Miles Turner just turning it on from the 3-point line. They were making Steph Curry threes. So it just felt like it was the Pacers night. It was almost like, you're driving on a long stretch of road and you hit every single green light. That's how the shots fell for the Pacers last night. And Jenks, I see this in the rundown, how we probably need to talk about the ejection in this game. My goodness. Benedict Mathurin ejected for, quote, punching DeAndre Hunter. I don't know what the definition of a punch is, but like maybe for 3-year-olds, this is not an adult punch.
I mean, it wasn't. I think it's one of those things where if you're the NBA, you just can't go down that road. Like, as far as messing around with another player, it's like, okay, this was pretty much nothing. Like, I thought it was a nothing burger when I saw it. But also, I think they're sort of stepping in and saying, listen, it can be a mini punch. It can be something that doesn't hurt you. But ultimately, if you're going to close your fist, even at close range, and put your fist into someone's sternum, and I don't think DeAndre Hunter looked hurt at all, then I think the NBA is stepping in and say, we're not even going to start to go down this road. So even think about doing it, then you're gone. So I think it was a little bit egregious, but also I think I understand where the league is coming from.
Here's my question. Do you think they would have called this on Steph Curry?
If Steph Curry had punched somebody?
He did. What punch are we talking about? Am I watching the same play? I feel like he didn't punch him. Like,
it was like
I don't
a
know. I
boop to the chest.
That's what
it's
I'm
not
saying.
a real punch.
It was like
it's not a swing.
Like,
yeah.
I don't think we agree on this one. I feel like it was not much.
I did not think it was. I don't think he deserved to be ejected. If we're looking at this, for me, I was like, that's what it was. I think it's the NBA being overzealous and saying we're not even going to make this okay. So I agree. I didn't think it was an ejectable offense, but I do think if you're the NBA, I think that's where they're approaching it from.
I suppose so. I'm just saying if it was like a superstar, I don't think they would have been ejected. All I'm saying.
I mean, you're not wrong. When I saw it, I had to do like a triple take. I'm like, this is the punch that we're seeing? So yeah, it seemed like it didn't seem very egregious to me. So I'm with you on that. I'm just trying to think about how the NBA is looking at it, but I agree. It didn't seem like much to me. Game 5 tomorrow night. Cavaliers favored by 6.5 points. Series price, Pacers minus 350. Cavs plus 275. Coming up next, the Saints need a new quarterback. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. This is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us on a Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, if Aaron Rodgers is looking for a new destination, maybe he has one in New Orleans. So Chelsea, on Saturday, I mentioned this earlier, I was at Nats Park, went to watch the Nats and Cardinals, but I was mainly there for a celebration of my friend Steve's 50th birthday. So he and his wife were there, and a ton of friends of ours, his, but it also included a bunch of people that I just cut off from my life like a decade ago. Seriously, we were all really tight and we all used to go out on a regular basis. And then I was like, you know what? This is a great group to go out and have drinks with. And it used to be literally for years. Every weekend there was an event. I'm talking if it wasn't a DC United game, it was a bar crawl, it was hanging out in someone's house. The social calendar for months would be packed. And I finally got to the point where I'm like, this is a good group to go out and drink with, but I don't necessarily think they have my best interests at heart when it comes to actual, people that you really need and want in your life. And so I said, I'm going to walk away. I'm going to walk away from, I'm going to keep a handful of people that I feel very close to, but the rest of this, I'm just, I'm out. Then there's some reasoning to that, but I'll get away from that. But anyway, this is the first time I'd seen some of these people in more than a decade. So it was definitely I will say everything went great. Everything was fine. And plus it's also different when you're older too. I'm freaking 51 years old, right? I'm not trying to go back in time and hold grudges or be angry or anything like that. And I'm like, dude, we're all older now. It's a lot different. But it was a good time, but it was definitely interesting at first, sort of, dipping your toe in the water with someone and saying, hey, have you been? And then you kind of get back to the way things were at one time. You talk to each other. But it was a good event, but I was a little nervous going in, I have to say.
I feel like I've been a part of a group like that before, back when I was working at a bar, and it was the bar scene people. And I feel like the one thing going in your favor is that those people don't really hold grudges either. They're more concerned with their next social event or who's
right.
getting, the Uber or the alcohol. So it's a very surface level relationship with those people, to the point where it's I don't even think they like each other that much. They just all like going out. So it's we need some warm bodies to fill out the group. So these are the people that we have. Does that kind of feel in line with the group that you're talking about?
I mean, yes and no. Yes, in some ways, but also I was very close to some people there. One girl in particular. We were never involved, but we were very close, I feel like. And so, which is not a coincidence that when everybody got together, we started talking again. She's married now. She just had a little girl. And so the lovely Catherine left early because she was just everyone was looking at Catherine that poor girl. They were just couldn't believe, wow. Because the last time they'd seen me, I was in a previous relationship. They treated Catherine and not in a mean way, but Catherine was some sort of experimental doll. They're wow, you're great. And oh my God, you guys are, wow. Catherine's this is so overstimulating to me. I just want someone to ask me, how's your day going? What's going on? She was I feel like I'm just in this glass case or something. It's really weird. I was I totally understand that. So she was I just need a break from this. But my old friend that I was close to was the one texting me hey, are you still coming out with us? We're going here after the game. It'd be, I'd love to kind of hang out and keep talking. I was yeah, sure. So it was a good time, but I think there were a couple people who were still not thrilled about me sort of walking away. I don't regret it. It's not some sort of big thing that hangs over my head or anything like that, but just interesting how those dynamics work. But overall, I would say it was a great time for everybody.
Yeah, I do think that you'd think most of the awkward, social situations wear themselves out by the time you get older. You say to yourself, okay, middle school dances, awkward. Prom, awkward. Some things in college. Hey, this person, hooked up with my roommate, whatever. I see him, whatever. But you'd think you don't get a lot of those in adult life. But I feel like there's still, little pockets of things that are, kind of awkward. So it's not as frequent. But when they do happen, you're like, they do exist.
Yes. And I was like, oh, this is still kind of a thing with you, and that's okay. Like, it's not a big deal. It's nothing to make some sort of scene about. It's like, man, just interesting. To me, I was like, this sort of reinforces why I kind of didn't want to do this in the first place. But overall, the important thing is that our friend Steve had a great 50th. We went to his house when it was over and all kind of celebrated with him after the game, so it was a good time. And he got to celebrate in style, so that was the main thing that happened, and everybody was pleased with that. The Saints, are they pleased with their quarterback options right now? Maybe not. Maybe not, because Derek Carr is retiring from the NFL. We knew this was, I don't know if it was a possibility that he might retire. We knew he had shoulder issues. He does. He was told he needs surgery to fix a labral tear and issues with his rotator cuff. So this is a guy who I think will go down as one of the very good quarterbacks during his career, but never really reached that elite level and certainly never won a playoff game. He lost his only playoff appearance. That was with the Raiders in 2022, but also a guy who played for 6 coaches in 9 years for the Raiders. So there's no question Derek Carr has always had plenty of talent, but also I think that if you're playing for 6 coaches in 9 years, for the love of God, that's tough for anyone. Still made the Pro Bowl 4 times.
Yeah, I feel like he was right on the cusp of like maybe stringing together a really good career. Because back when the Raiders were in the mix for going to Las Vegas, I think, that's when Derek Carr was really good. Like, remember, he was in MVP talks. He put up some fantastic numbers for the Raiders back when they were in California. Then they switched. They kind of lost momentum. And that playoff game that you were referencing, didn't they lose to the Bengals? I feel like it was like a really close game. And the Bengals like edged them out. And then the Bengals went to the Super Bowl. If I'm not, no, it wouldn't be the Bengals because the Bengals are in the AFC. I forget who it was, but I think it was like a close game. I'll need to look at that. But the point being is that I feel like Derek Carr, like maybe if 1 or 2 things swung a different direction, maybe he could have been even better. But still, a very good quarterback with some good numbers. But I will say this, you could tell that he was getting older, not just by the injuries, but by the level of play. Like, not everybody's going to play till they're 45. Not everybody is Tom Brady. And I feel like Derek Carr was a good example of that.
I think that's exactly right. Now the question is, what in the world are the Saints going to do at quarterback? They've got Jake Haener, Spencer Rattler, and the rookie, Tyler Shock. What in the world are they going to do here? The Saints are picked to finish last in the NFC South at 8-1. This is going to be a bad football team. Like, this is definitely going to be one of the worst teams in football. Should they call Aaron Rodgers? Would Aaron Rodgers even be interested in this point in the Saints?
I was laughing at the rundown last night because I saw this highlighted and I was like, man, that sounds like a threat. Should they call Aaron Rodgers? Like, you could hear the sadness as whoever was typing this, putting it into the rundown. Should they call Aaron Rodgers? Like, it feels like such a threat these days because it does feel like everybody's last option is like, hey, Aaron Rodgers is floating around in the ether out there. Maybe we should call him. So I don't know if Aaron Rodgers will actually play football. But listen, if he's willing to go there, maybe it's worth a shot. But at this juncture, I do feel like it's Aaron Rodgers and it's where he wants to go. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers is looking at this Saints team and be like, wow, I'm going to give up retirement to play for the New Orleans Saints and finish, last in whatever division, the NFC South. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, when the Panthers are plus 450 to win the division and you're 8-1, like Carolina has a significant advantage over you odds-wise to win the division, that's probably not good. The Saints are going to be really bad this year, so I can't imagine Aaron Rodgers going. It would be like a late, like a drunk late-night text. Like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing this fall? What are you doing right now? You want to come to New Orleans for a little while? Just come and see us. Just come and see us for a while. Because I can't imagine him going to New Orleans at this point in his career.
I can't either. Now that game's starting to bother me. Like, I need to look that up during the break because obviously the Raiders are in the AFC. I wanted to make sure and correct myself. It was the Bengals. 2021 is when they lost 26-19 to Joe Burrow and the Bengals. So I'm sorry, that was bothering me. We can continue.
Okay, glad you got it off your chest. We came to the right conclusion there. It was the Bengals and Raiders, but we'll see what happens in New Orleans. Ultimately, I think they probably end up starting Tyler Shock. I mean, they drafted him. He's 25. God, get him out there immediately before he turns 26, 27. So Spencer Rattler showed some flashes, but also went 0-7 as a starter last year. So New Orleans has some work to do. Since we're talking about rookie quarterbacks, how about your guy Cam Ward? Oh, I love these off-season stories. He's already showing leadership skills. There you go. I mean, that's what you want to hear, right? It's better than hearing otherwise. But rookie minicamp started across the NFL over the weekend. I know the Commanders started theirs on Friday. So Gunnar Helm, fellow rookie out of Texas, says this about Cam Ward, quote, "He's just a great leader. Super easy to talk to, super easy to connect with, super easy to communicate with on the field." So again, this seems like much ado about nothing, but at the same time, if you're going to have an early review about a quarterback, particularly a rookie, you want to hear things like this. So this is a good early sign, even though it's very early when you're talking about the number 1 overall pick, your guy.
Right, and it goes in line with everything we've been hearing leading up to the draft. And I think this is why he was chosen number 1 overall and by a wide margin. Like, we could tell that the Titans wanted Cam Ward, and there was no questions about it, because I think it's the way that he handles himself. And you hear this about, Cam Ward from just about everybody. Like, when's the last, bad review we've gotten on Cam Ward's attitude? Which is crazy because, remember, he decided to sit in the second half of Miami's bowl game. And that was kind of a red flag for me, saying, hey, you don't want to finish out a game? You can't play another half. But now I feel like maybe we can take those fears, put them to bed. But again, think of all the young quarterbacks that we've done this with. Most recently, Jenks, think about Sam Howell. Didn't they do this in D.C.? They're like, oh, Sam Howell, my goodness. The leadership is through the roof. Everybody really loves him. It doesn't matter if you can't put up the numbers on the field. So we will see about Cam Ward.
Oh, I remember. You never know. How did you feel about that? Because, I mean, this was not long ago.
It was not long ago.
Right.
How deep do you want this rant to go?
Go for it.
It was one guy that loved that because he hitched his wagon to Sam Howell because his job was on the line. That's old Riverboat Ron. And there was a selection of the fan base that liked Sam Howell. They were very upset that Taylor Heineke moved on, but they were okay with it being Sam Howell. I'm glad those people in the fan base did not run the team.
Yes.
I got a guy now that I might name my child after at some point when the time comes, and it's not Sam Howell, and that makes me very happy.
It's not going to be Sam. It'll be Jaden, but not Samuel. Yeah, I mean, there was a time just a couple seasons ago, during the Commanders preseason, it was like, oh, Sam Howell, he's got all the tools. He's got all the tools. He's got the arm talent. He's got the intangibles. And that was just a hot thing. And then, midway through the season, it was like, I don't know if this guy's an NFL quarterback. That's so funny when it comes to quarterbacks and rookies in the National Football League. Remember at one time, am I getting this wrong? Weren't we hearing whispers of, Matt Castle reminds a few people of Tom Brady? I'm like, does he?
Oh, man.
Remember that?
Well, maybe in the looks department. I feel like he was a good-looking guy, so people wanted to make the jump so badly. But going back to Sam Howell, look at the game film of Sam Howell and then put it next to Jaden Daniels. That would be unintentional comedy, would it not? For a quarterback that was supposed to be, bringing the same things. And I understand Sam Howell was not, a first 5 draft pick or whatever. But still, people are like, oh, we could be better than Baker Mayfield. He kind of has that flair to him. No. Who else were we talking about? I forget the other quarterback.
Cam Ward?
Who were we? No.
Jaden Daniels?
Who were we just talking about? No.
Derek Carr.
I don't know.
Aaron Rodgers. Matt Castle. Tom Brady.
Matt Castle, that was it.
Steve Grogan. Okay.
Matt Castle was that. Okay. Didn't he play for the Patriots for a bit?
Yeah, he was drafted by him. He was the first round pick.
Yeah, and then he played for the Chiefs. I remember, in his later, the Chiefs. Man, what a pull. Some of these quarterbacks, man. Haven't heard that name in years.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I was on our Commanders pod. We were talking to Tom Luganville last week, and Tom Luganville has been a scout, covered recruiting for a long time for ESPN, for SiriusXM. And one thing that he said, which I thought was interesting, was that when you're evaluating young quarterbacks, one of the things that is paramount is accuracy. If you have a quarterback who is not really accurate, that's hard to teach. It's one thing to say, I can teach you better footwork. Okay, let's get you into the playbook, and maybe we can teach you better decision-making. But it's hard to teach accuracy. So when I think of Anthony Richardson for the Colts, and I remember coming out of Florida, well, he's a great athlete, but he's not accurate at all. It's like, that's a really bad sign, you know?
Yeah, that's like what they're talking about with Jalen Milroe. They're like, man, he's so athletic. You have to be able to throw the ball to be a successful quarterback in the NFL, because think about college. I feel like the windows are bigger. In the NFL, the defenses are so tight, and the window that you have to make these throws is so small. You got to be a good thrower, which seems obvious.
You're right. It seems obvious, but you know how NFL teams are? They get just so enamored with guys who are great physical specimens, and they're like, oh my God, if this guy could just throw the ball, he'd be a great quarterback. And now he's competing with Daniel Jones. Coming next on the show, we'll check in on the Stanley Cup playoffs and why you might be interested in the Miss Maine competition. Oh yeah, she's at it again. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Coming up on the show, as we welcome you back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, Taylor Swift is back in the courtroom. We'll update that story and look at last night's Stanley Cup playoff action as well. I need the Caps to do something that was not good last time out, so need to win tonight here in D.C. I know. Have you watched any hockey? Or you're like, no, we'll just talk about it on the show a little bit.
Well, I'll watch like little bits and pieces of it because Jake will put it on. But it's not like I glean anything from it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like sometimes you watch a game and you're simply just watching like the puck go back and forth. Because normally when I watch other games, like I'm getting something from it. I'm like, wow, they're switching, they're running a zone defense, whatever. But hockey is just like pure, there's the puck. Oh, it went this way. Oh, it went that way. It's like the most surface level sports watching that you can imagine.
Well, you know what? That's all right. Sometimes you get a good game and, maybe you're not getting anything from it, but you're like, this seems like a good game to me. It's the playoffs. Let's have a quick update on what we saw yesterday, and then we'll get into some of the stories during this 640 segment that we think you'll be interested in. Let's start in the West, where the Stars, just all over the Jets, 5-2. The Stars minus 150, total set at 5.5, the over hits, and Mikko Rantanen continuing his postseason mastery.
Granlund for hits, enters the zone, Rantanen waits, Deeks again, scores!
That's from TNT. Unbelievable. Racks up a goal and 2 assists. Stars take a 2-1 series lead. Game 4 tomorrow night in Dallas. And then in the East, the Panthers blank the Leafs 2-0. Panthers minus 205 on the money line. Total set at 60 under hits. And Florida leaning on one of its stars.
Stick handle away from Kachuk. Good gap by Ekblad. Bennett with Verhaeghe. Bennett drags it, moves it, he scores! What a goal! Sam Bennett brings the house down, 2-0, Florida.
Call also from TNT. Bennett and Carter Verhaeghe each finding the back of the net. Series now tied at 2. Game 5 set for Wednesday in Toronto. Series tied at 2 once again. So the Leafs trying to advance for the first time in forever, it feels like, to a Stanley Cup final. I believe they have the Leafs do have like the longest drought in NHL history. It's been forever. They're dying up there in Toronto. Well, who could be dying right now as far as their public image is concerned? How about T Swift? Chelsea, this is, maybe you watch hockey and you're like, I'm not getting much from this. I guarantee you're going to have an opinion on this. Taylor Swift has been subpoenaed as part of the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni legal war. So we know the background on this, right? Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni worked together on the set of It Ends With Us. And then Baldoni said, oh, well, Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, I'm going to countersue them for $400 million because I was the one who was getting the brunt of this abuse and the brunt of this treatment where apparently they changed the end of the movie without him knowing, or they tried to do that. And then apparently Justin Baldoni suddenly couldn't appear on the red carpet. He was banned during the premiere. Like, it's gone sort of way out of control. This was a big social media thing, a big TikTok thing for a long time. Well, now Justin Baldoni is claiming that Taylor Swift was present and might have had input on Lively rewriting the script, which is really, besides the abuse allegations, is sort of at the heart of this. This all stemmed from the rewriting of the script. Then these allegations came out. And Blake Lively and Taylor Swift are besties. So now Taylor Swift could end up being in court. Swift's camp has come out and said, Taylor never set foot on the set of this movie. She was never involved in any creative decisions. She didn't even see the film until weeks after its public release. So this is the last time, Denton, the last thing that Taylor Swift probably has the most curated. I'm not saying she's not a genuine person, but I am saying that you probably won't find a person on the planet who has a more carefully crafted image than Taylor Swift.
100%. She doesn't go out without knowing who's going to be around.
1,000%.
She doesn't talk to people without knowing who she's talking to. I think this is an A+ move by the Baldoni camp.
Oh, I do too.
Because whether she had input or not, you're now putting a strain on the relationship between Blake Lively and Taylor Swift, who's the godmother to the children.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Like Chelsea and I were talking during a break. Can Taylor Swift be a godmother? She seems busy. Like, don't you want a godmother around? I don't know that
Right.
Taylor Swift could be around that much. I'm not knocking her abilities to be a godmother, but I'm just saying from a scheduling perspective, as you mentioned, it's very curated. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yes.
I don't know that she is taking time to care about insert the three name of the kids. I don't know what the routes.
If you hear like, we need to call Taylor. Well, she's in Tokyo right
Well,
now.
yeah, sorry. She can't fly back. If she does, it'll be 21 hours. So, like, hold on tight. But this is an A-plus move because now you're putting the strain on it. And this is an A-plus move for the Swiftie accounts because now they get all this content. You know, she's been off the map for a little bit, for a couple of months.
That's true.
What's she wearing to court? Who's she wearing to court? What do the colors mean about her upcoming re-releases? What does her hairstyle mean? Like, there's going to be a whole lot of TikTokers going crazy.
Oh, and then the next album, people just parsing through the lyrics. Oh, did she write this about her appearance? Did she write this about Justin Baldoni? Did she write this about her fraying friendship with Blake Lively potentially? Oh, my God, you're so right. I mean, in so many different directions. So,
what do the colors mean about her getting potentially engaged to Travis
Oh,
Kelce?
that's right.
I mean, there's so many. I didn't know that certain colors meant certain things in regards to weddings until you get married, and all of a sudden you're like,
they mean something now.
I guess I can't like this color for this season of my life.
For the season of my life. It's so true, though. So it was a boss move by Baldoni and his camp, like putting the most popular person arguably on the planet and making her go in court and testify. Oh, man. Now we'll see what these guys, and by that I mean Blake Lively and Taylor Swift, decide to do in return, so we'll kind of maybe follow it. Here's some bigger news for us because it does have a sports-adjacent theme. Of course, we're talking about Jordan Hudson. She competed in Miss Maine over the weekend. Is she even from Maine? I don't think she is.
That's a great question. I don't know anything about this.
I think she competed in Miss Massachusetts before. I didn't know you could do that. One of 17 contestants. Was Bill Belichick there? Oh, damn right he was. Absolutely in the crowd, clapping, supporting his girl.
Apparently blowing kisses.
All
right, Bill.
Bill's blowing kisses.
Okay, Bill.
What is happening? So, Jordan Hudson won the pageant's Style Award on Saturday, advanced to the finals, but she did not win. So let's give full credit to my favorite in this event, Bangor native Shelby Howell. She's been working towards this for a long time. This event held at the Holiday Inn by the Bay in Portland. Jordan Hudson was the second runner-up. She did not win. And once again, this is just going back to the fact that when you talk about Carolina basketball, or football, I should say, and you talk about Bill Belichick, it always comes back to Jordan Hudson. And this, by the way, is right on the heels of the reports that Jordan Hudson had been banned from North Carolina's football facilities. This went viral, this story, and then North Carolina had to release a statement saying this is not true. She has not been banned from our facilities. It's just the broader idea that North Carolina is like, do we have to craft a statement now saying that our head coach's girlfriend has not been banned? And by the way, if you're going to represent North Carolina in any way, you got to do better than second runner-up.
I mean, first of all, I think they were lying in that statement. I think she is banned. She is also from Maine.
Is she?
Hancock, Maine.
Oh, good for her.
I couldn't tell you where that was on a map, but I did find it.
Okay, fair.
Also, the Bangor airport, overpriced.
Is it? I've never been to. Have you been to Maine? I've never been to Maine.
I went to Maine for my now wife's 30th birthday in October.
Oh, how was it?
Maine was fantastic. Airport, a Whopper being $25. Didn't love that one. Is that Jordan Hudson's fault? Well, maybe. Could be. I don't know.
Before Jordan Hudson came to town, those Whoppers were $4.95.
Also, how do you lose a popularity contest when you're literally dating Bill Belichick? Because isn't that kind of what Miss Maine is?
Yeah.
I'm not like familiar with the pageantry stuff. I don't live in that world.
Yeah.
Which is stunning. I know. I look like I should. But like, isn't it basically a popularity contest? And she's clearly the most popular person there because she's, soliciting Bill Belichick. I don't know how she didn't win.
I mean, Denton, they have the evening gown interview and swimsuit competitions.
I mean, she must have no talent.
Ouch, the style, though. It just makes me wonder again, and I really cannot wait to see how Carolina football looks in the fall. Like, it bears repeating. Bill Belichick, a football life. Eating, breathing, sleeping football. And he's blowing kisses in the crowd in Portland, Maine, at a Miss Maine competition to his girlfriend. You talk about a turn that nobody would have ever expected. And look, you can have time off during football season. But most head coaches in the sport, pro and college, they're working year-round, and especially in the college game when you're trying to manage your roster, and especially when you're a new head coach and you're trying to implement your culture and you're trying to implement your new staff and you're trying to set the standard for a new way of doing things. I would love to hear what his players think about this.
I mean, Bill Belichick passing up on the opportunity to recruit a long snapper in Des Moines, Iowa, to go attend a Miss Maine pageantry. He might actually love this woman.
I guess he's done. I mean, he's whipped. Okay, look, she's got him. She's got him.
She has got him.
She's got him. He's gotten. So I would love to know that whether or not this facilities report is true or not. Carolina football is going to be a fascinating watch. If they wanted attention, then they're going to get it. I am not of the belief. There's the old saying, like, there's no such thing as bad publicity. I disagree.
We are towing the line.
Yeah. Like, you're getting I disagree with the idea. Oh, it's still publicity. I'm like, yes. Do you remember Jeffrey Dahmer? He got a ton of bad publicity. Yeah, it wasn't good.
His brand was on fire.
Yeah, his brand. The Dahmer brand is everywhere. I'm like, yeah, it's not.
Headline in all news.
Right. He's everywhere. Yes, but this is not the attention that you want. So at some point, you're going to have to win football games. Not yet, but that time is coming. Coming up next on the show, we're going to get Chelsea back. We're going to try. I think she had a power outage. Maybe we'll just power through alone. Oh, we can do it, bud. We're going to try and get her back. Regardless, we're going to the hardwood. A couple of critical game fours tonight in San Francisco and New York. Playoffs next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off on hour 2 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. Chelsea Messenger is around. Power went out this morning in Nashville, so I'm sure she will be back as soon as she can. Until then, we roll on. And coming up in the next hour, we will look at tonight's games on the NBA card with the Celtics and Knicks back at it at the Garden. Warriors trying to get a win without Steph on the court. He is still suffering from that hamstring injury. In 20 minutes, we'll check out the plays we like today in Major League Baseball. It is Paul Skeens Day. And you know our guy Chris Mack would love that. And we'll vote on a winner of the weekend with our Monday MVP at 7:40. Before we get to the NBA, how about this? We've been sitting on this story for a couple days, which is really interesting, is that we know now that during the fall, NBC is going to take over the NBA and broadcast a ton of NBA games. So it's taken us way back to the old NBA on NBC days in the 90s when John Tesh and Round Ball Rock was popular. That song's coming back. He's going to remake it. Well, now, in sort of a tip of the cap to those days, NBC is also going to incorporate the voice of Jim Fagan using AI on their NBA promos next year. So Jim Fagan is a guy that maybe isn't a household name, but he narrated all the promos in the 1990s from the NBA on NBC. So if you remember those days, you can probably find them online. You remember his voice. They're going to use AI to use Jim Fagan's voice for these new promos. And this is the second time NBC has done this. They used Al Michaels' voice via AI for your daily Olympic recap on Peacock during the Olympic Games last summer. So, then do you like this? I don't mind it, I guess, a little. I appreciate the homage. But I, as someone who has a job,
I was going to say, real good on NBC to take jobs from somebody else.
you know, then I'm like, well, okay. I mean, it's a legendary voice, sure. But also when I see AI taking the job that could potentially belong to someone else.
Who could also then become legendary, potentially.
Yeah.
You know, if your product does well enough. I mean, there's a lot of things that are wrong with this. I think technology is cool. I use technology. I got a phone.
Yeah.
I'm on a camera right now. Like, technology's sick, man. I'm not like this super AI guy. I don't use ChatGPT. I don't even know how to use ChatGPT. That's probably more on me than it is the actual software itself. But when companies start using AI to take jobs from people that are, you know, currently alive, he don't need that money. What's he going to use that money for?
Right.
I mean, his family might need that money, but I mean, hopefully he left himself like, what do they need that money for? You know who needs that money? I could use that money. You could use that money.
Yes. Sure.
You got a wedding coming up. I got wedding bills to pay for after my wedding. Like, I could use that money. AI, get out of here.
I don't know if I told you this story, but early on when I took this job, Odyssey came. It wasn't some like sort of corporate initiative. It was just like, hey, we got this idea. Would you mind doing it? And it was a company, an ad company. And they're like, would you mind reading like these 3 pages of copy just to kind of help them out? And we're kind of doing them a solid.
Right.
And that's really all there is to it. They just want to test some AI stuff. And I was like, okay, sure. You know, I can read some stuff. Then I started reading the legalese, and they would have owned my voice in perpetuity. I'm like, so wait a second. You would own my voice, so 10 years down the line, potentially, not that I have some incredible voice, I could hear a commercial potentially on the air with my voice. I'm not getting paid.
Not at all.
A cent.
Not a lick.
And I was like, guys, I don't know. And they were completely understanding. I said, I don't know if you've read the details here. I said, they would own my voice. I am absolutely not reading this.
Not a chance.
No. And they were like, oh, we understand. I'm like, yeah, this is terrifying.
So what is worse, that situation or the story that you told me my first week where you told the great people at the University of Texas, I'm getting married, and before you got married, they were like, would you like to give us some of your assets in case you die?
Yeah.
And you're like, hold on.
Wait a second.
Hold on. Like, you're just trying to get in here before my future wife is the person next in my will here.
That was more of a personal insult. Like I gave you years. I spent money on 2 degrees.
Yeah, I was like, that should be my donation. You should be paying me now.
It just goes to show, because it was funny, I did have someone, and I always wonder, like, how much of this is true and how much are you polishing my ego right now, right? Because they were like, you're a distinguished alumni, you're on the wall at Tech. I'm like, that's great, but the way the guy was presenting it to me, but I'm also very well aware of where I stand in the pantheon. Okay, like I'm not. I get it.
Not quite McConaughey.
Right. I'm not Walter Cronkite. Okay. So, says, I mean, you're just like a quiet baller. I was like, in what way? We need to get you more involved. And I was like, okay, I would like that. I am for that.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to help. Can I do something here to help young alumni? Can I do something to spread the word? Is there someone I can mentor? Those are things that appeal to me. And they're like, of course. In fact, we want you to come to Austin. We want to put you in a suite at the Moody Center. And I'm like, awesome.
Yeah, I'd love to.
And now I know why. It's like, yes, because we want your money.
And like, you just have to give us $2,500.
Exactly. My favorite part was, can you whatever it was, can you commit $4,000 or $5,000 a year for the next 5 years? And can you find us 4 other people that can also do that? I was like, no. Absolutely.
It sounds like you're living the episode of The Office where Michael's describing an MLM unknowingly, and then Jim's like, that's a pyramid scheme.
That's a pyramid scheme.
You're like, yeah, your school just tried to pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
It's like people I went to high school with that tried to sell me the new sports drink in 2017.
Right.
They're like, if you can get 3 friends, I'll get a Lexus. And I'm like, you're not getting a Lexus, buddy.
Yeah. So I was like, I see what you're doing. Now I am privy to this game. Let's polish up the ego and then ask you for cash. So, but my cash is mine, and thankfully so is my voice for now. What's going to happen tonight in the NBA playoffs? Who will have the stronger voice on the court? Will it be Jalen Brunson and the Knicks, or will it be Jaylen Brown and the Boston Celtics, or Jason Tatum? Who knows? Celtics are in the Garden in New York. The Celtics are laying 6.5. The Celtics minus 265. The Knicks are plus 210. Your total is sitting at 209. I will say that I kind of feel like this is more of a gut play than anything else. Like, the Knicks are not going to go quietly. Like, one thing I love about the Knicks is how gritty they are when you have a guy like Jalen Brunson. And they have different guys who can beat you. There's no question about that. But Brunson is the cog, right? He's the key cog in that engine. But I feel like the Celtics finally sort of found themselves and got right in Game 3. Now, there is a difference because in the first 2 games, they shot 25 of 100 from three-point range. Like, that's... Oof. I mean, 25 of 100 over 2 games is
awful.
That's remarkable. They shot 20 of 40 in Game 3. So I'm not a big extremes guy. I don't expect them to come out and shoot 50%. I don't expect them to shoot 25% either. So if they hit 40% of their threes, they can certainly cover because it wasn't even close in Game 3. Like, there was no 20-point comeback. I kind of feel like I didn't think this was a good matchup for the Knicks going into this matchup against the Celtics, just because the Celtics are so deep and because when they get hot from 3, they're almost impossible to beat. I kind of like the Celtics here. What do you think?
I am leaning Boston. I think Jason Tatum needs this one. Like,
Doesn't he?
This is a must Jason Tatum game. Not a must-win game for Boston, although it would stink to go down 3-1 coming home. But it's a must Jason Tatum game because despite them winning this weekend against New York, who was the best player? It was Peyton Pritchard. He's the story because he comes off the bench.
He's been great.
He has this great game, and he leads the team in points. Jason Tatum's points prop right now, Jenks, is 27.5. I think I'd rather bet the Rockies today than Jason Tatum. That's kind of where we're at this point. I just don't trust him, and part of it is because he's settling for threes. I mean, they shot 100 threes in the first few games of the series.
That's wild.
That's an absurd number. Like, at a certain point, you as a coaching staff with Joe Mazzulla, or just you as a player, if you're watching film, surely you recognize we got to get to the basket. We need to stop settling for these threes.
And also, you have the talent to do it.
You have all the talent. Like, you're so much more talented, I think, than New York is in terms of guys that can attack, and they're just settling for jumpers. So I think Jason Tatum needs a big one. I don't know if we really talk about like a legacy for Jason Tatum. I don't know if we're there yet in this conversation, but he did win a championship last year, and his legacy was not impacted. We still make jokes about him. We still don't think he's a great player. He needs to go and prove it, and he needs to do it in Madison Square Garden.
I totally agree. And you know what he needs? He needs and you're right, and the reason why I didn't, because Jaylen Brown was the best player in the finals last year.
Yeah.
And Jason Tatum, I forget the stat from last year, but it was of the top 25 scorers in the league in what is considered crunch time, like the last 5 minutes when the lead is whatever points that is. I forget the exact stat. But of all the players, Jason Tatum was like number 25. Like, he was the worst on that clutch play list. And when you think of Jason Tatum, you think of a guy who is a hell of a player. Yes, a world champion. But he's never had not a signature final, certainly, and never really a signature moment in a big spot.
Right. The only signature moment was dunking on LeBron all those years ago, but they lost the game.
Right.
So, like, you remember that he dunked on LeBron, but they lose the game. And you need a signature moment when you win the game. It has to be tied to some sort of victory so you can, push your narrative forward and go and win a like, you have to be the best player on a championship team. We were clowning Steph Curry for doing that. He was a multi-time MVP, and you're like, well, yeah, Durant. Oh, yeah. Andre Iguodala.
Yeah.
And when Steph won the MVP, he was like, what can they say now? Jason Tatum needs that moment. He needs an epic performance, and like doing it in Madison Square Garden would be the perfect place to do it. But he needs that.
Almost more so than at the TD Garden. Like, I think when you do it, when you do it on the road against the Knicks in New York City, if you have a signature moment, a signature performance, like, oddly enough, like, that would stand out more.
Like, I want you to dunk on Karl Anthony Towns and then flick Spike Lee off.
Right.
Or like get in Jon Stewart's face sitting courtside.
Right.
I don't know that you got to smack Chris Rock. He's already had one of those before, but like let Chris Rock know. Like, you got to do something, play into it a little bit, but I want to see Jason Tatum perform better. They're going to need him if they're going to win a championship. I mean, it sure looks like it's going to be Indiana on the other side and not this like Cleveland matchup that everybody was hoping for, but I don't think this is a sure thing. Them beating the Knicks. They need to win tonight. If they're down 3-1, good luck.
I mean, it's like Reggie Miller back in the day with the Pacers, who never won a title. And I know that's taking it back. I always hate when I make old references on this show. Sometimes I feel educated, and then sometimes I'm like, Michael, nobody remembers this. You're old. But he didn't need to win a title to be known as a clutch player.
Right.
Why? Because he went to the Garden and eviscerated the Knicks in a way that nobody had ever seen. I mean, that's one of the greatest playoff performances. And they won. And, when he's making the choke sign to Spike Lee, Jason Tatum doesn't have to do all of that. I mean, that was sort of a one of one.
Needs the win, though.
But he needs the dub. And the Celtics need a dub. Like, I think if they win tonight, I mean, I wouldn't say they have to. Well, maybe. I don't know how I feel about saying, oh, this is a must-win when you're down 2-1. It's not a must-win, but you need a dub going back to Boston. If they can shoot like they did from outside, and I think they will, because we've seen extremes. Like, I think even if they sort of revert to the mean here, you're going to have a Boston team that is just really difficult to beat when they're hitting their shots. And to your point, you're right. Like, it's great that you're awesome from outside. It's great that you have so many guys who can shoot the rock from deep. But my God, when you look at the talent on that roster, like, drive inside, like, have some sort of inside-out game, anything, just to make your team more dynamic. You don't want to, it's almost in some ways like a college team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have some like upstart, like, oh, watch out for this 12 seed. If they get hot from outside, it's like you're the Boston Celtics, though. It's different.
They run the offense of a college team.
Yeah.
They have no offense, and they just settle for jumpers.
And they can do it. That's the amazing thing about it, is that they get away with it. I mean, they won a title. They're the defending world champs. But if you have some sort of streak where you just go cold for a little while, anyone can beat you if you're going to jack up that many shots. So I wonder if that will be part of the game plan moving forward. I say that, but then again, they won 20 of 40 in Game 3, and this is after not hitting the broad side of the barn in Games 1 and 2. So maybe they're not going to adjust anything at all. I think that's the lean, though. We'll see if Jason Tatum can have his moment tonight. A moment. God, a third quarter moment will be fine if you're a Boston Celtics fan. Celtics, again, 6.5-point favorites. Coming up next on the show, we'll continue talking about playoffs in the NBA. We'll dissect Timberwolves Warriors, and we're going to look at some baseball plays as well, including the Rockies firing their skipper and the least surprising news in the history of sports. All that and more coming up next. It is a Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Monday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. We are efforting Chelsea Messenger. We are efforting her. Chelsea has a power issue. We got Denton Day, our executive producer, sitting in here. Maybe we'll bring in Double D. Find out what that juicy piece of man-meat's doing. Coming up later.
My sources are telling me boots on the ground in the greater South. Storms are taking place, which have resulted in the loss of power.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. All right.
Either that or Jordan Hudson said, you guys talk about me too much, and she went and cut the power lines.
You have no idea how far the Jordan Hudson influence goes. Cutting her off. All right. We'll try to get Chelsea on. I know she's going to be bummed because she puts in the work to handicap baseball and to handicap everything on this show. So I know she doesn't want that to go to waste. So hopefully they'll get power restored in the Nashville area soon enough. Until then, we will roll on and hope for her return. How's the married life going? You mind me asking?
Yeah, it's going well. It's going great. We go on weekend trips every weekend. That's our spring and summer thing.
I love that.
So we went to Morgantown this weekend, which is where my wife went to school.
Now, she went to WVU?
She went to WVU.
Okay.
Now, we did that because her parents are moving, so she needed to pick some stuff up, and we're not driving to Ohio for a weekend. That's not happening. That's a 7-hour drive.
Right.
Not doing that one.
No.
So we just met. I had a place called Cheddar's, a restaurant. Had never heard of such a thing.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of Cheddar's.
It was very good.
It's like
I don't even know how I would describe it. It's like Chili's, but like meets Bob Evans.
I think that's a good way to put it.
I don't know if that makes sense at all, but it was very, very good. I had their chicken tender basket, and it was like I'm a food guy. I don't know. Are you a foodie at all?
I'm not. I mean, I love food. I wouldn't consider myself a foodie because I don't feel like I'm educated enough to call myself one. But I'm a big food person.
Right. So like I'm a graduate degree of YouTube University. So I'd be like looking at some things with food. So I'm always intrigued by like how certain things are made. And like the texture of the chicken tenders was unbelievable. I don't know what they use in the batter.
It's a hard thing to master.
It is. It's a hard thing. It's like light and crunchy. I don't know if it's vodka or if it's beer of some kind, but it was sensational.
Of course. I'm laughing in the chat in all caps, Double D. It's my favorite restaurant.
It was really good.
All right, Double D, you want to come in and sing the praises of Cheddar's? I think I've been to a Cheddar's. It's been a while. All right, we see him adjusting his camera.
I had never heard of such a place. She said it to me she's like, we're going to go to Cheddar's. And I was like, what is that? I guess I'm too Northern Virginia.
I mean, I've been around. I think I've been to Cheddar's maybe once or twice, but it's been a long time. So I can't sit here and talk about the virtues of Cheddar's. Like my God, Double D, I think, was laying flat on a cot. He popped up. Double D from the dead. All right, Double D. It's my favorite restaurant. What is so great about Cheddar's?
It's cheese, man. Come on. Like, everything they have there is very cheese-oriented. They did have, at one time, my all-time favorite appetizer, which was a jalapeno popper stuffed mushroom, deep-fried. It was
good.
Amazing. Amazing.
How did that one get taken off the menu? That was not on the menu that I looked at.
I know. I don't know how it got taken off the menu, and it's very sad. There's a lot of things that get taken off of menus that I'm like, what are we doing? AKA McDonald's snack wraps that they're finally bringing back.
Thank God. At McDonald's yesterday for breakfast.
Oh.
No, they don't have it yet. I mean, they did have it, and they took it away. They do it every year. Oh, we're never going to have the McRib again. Get it while you can, and every fall.
It's back.
It's back. You're not going to believe it. Do you remember, maybe you'll remember this, and it's one of my favorite stories of at least restaurant-based story. Do you remember Hops? There was a Hops right here in like Arlington. So
I do not. No.
So the only reason why I remember this is my ex-wife from many moons ago was like, "They have a Hops here?" I'm like, "What is Hops?" And it's what you might think. It's the hops for a beer,
right?
And she's like, "Oh, I used to go to Hops all the time." I was like, "Let's go to Hops." I'm like. And it didn't look great. I was like, okay. It's in this sort of shopping area. It was in Arlington. And I was like, sure. So I go in, and it's kind of dark and kind of dingy. and there's like nobody in there, and the service wasn't great. And so I looked it up. Hops used to have different franchises across the country. This was the final one.
Oh, it's the last leg.
It was the last, and by the way, it's gone and has been gone for a few years. Like it was interesting. I'm glad I went because I just kind of got to. It wasn't a great meal. It was fine. It was just fine. But I got to experience like a franchise just kind of like dying. I'm like, this is it. Like, this is what the death looks like. No one's here. It's the last one. It didn't even start here. It's just kind of hanging around.
That feels like it's either going to be the best or worst experience that you're going to have on a restaurant that's dying, because they either are just going to not care and they're going to load you up with food,
right?
Or they're on their dying legs and the quality control is just completely out the window, and you get a scenario where I can't see anything because there's no lights. The servers, like, ain't nobody care what the servers are doing when they're on the last legs.
No.
They're like, we're going bankrupt next Tuesday. We don't care what you say. I feel like you got the worst end of the experience.
1,000%. I mean, it was a fascinating case study. I don't remember what I had. I remember it being fine. It's fine. And I was like, and Hops, see you later. You'll be gone within a few months. There's no question about it. What about the Timberwolves and Warriors tonight? Will the Timberwolves take a 3-1 series lead and make sure the Warriors are one game away from being gone themselves? We're going to find out. Timberwolves -5 tonight. Timberwolves are -210. The Warriors are +175. Total is set at 200. So, of course, the Timberwolves coming off that 36-point performance from Anthony Edwards in Game 3 of that series. So he was fantastic, made some clutch plays late. I think I was sort of surprised that the Warriors led Game 3. Like, they were in this game, and then they just could not make a play. Like, that's when they really missed Steph. Like, you could tell, okay, they miss having Steph on the court right now. Sure, they got playoff Jimmy, and sure, Steve Kerr's doing the best he can. They're trying to play lockdown defense, and go into their bench. But ultimately, they missed Steph in that game. But do the Wolves have enough to cover the number tonight? I initially leaned Golden State. How much does this happen? Because you bet all the time, where you initially lean one way, and then the more you think about it. And this is not even paralysis by analysis, because you can do that with anything, right? You think about it too much. This is just one of those, the more I think about it and the more I look at it, I initially leaned Warriors, and now I'm kind of going the other way with the Wolves.
This is my get-right game, because your boy got destroyed this weekend.
Yeah.
Awful. I tried too much yesterday to do the get-right stuff. I thought SGA was going to be awesome. I thought Jokic was going to be awesome. I thought Tyrese Halliburton was going to be awesome, and they all were not awesome. This is my get-right game. Maximum limit on the Wolves.
Okay.
Maximum limit. I loved what Golden State did in game number 3 in that they weren't reliant on the three-point shot. Mm-hmm. They basically, for the first half, I think, shot 5. And they're like, we're going to attack the paint. We're going to get to the mid-range. And Jimmy Butler is at his best in the postseason when he is attacking the mid-range. It's like him, Kawhi, and then even, when Kevin Durant was with Golden State, he thrived in that, 15-footer range.
Where he's just hitting those little jumpers right there at the elbow.
A little bit of a pick, boom, pop up, money, right? I don't think they have it. I don't think they'll be able to do that again. You got 30 from Kuminga in game number 3, and he's been good in the 2 games without Steph, but there's not a chance.
Are you going to get another 30-point performance from Jonathan Kuminga?
Like, you already got your 30 from Kuminga. You already got 33 from Buddy Hield. Like, unless Draymond Green has a hidden 25-piece lying in there somewhere that if he punches enough people, it'll eventually make its way to the surface.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like they're going to have enough offense in the absence of Steph Curry. So I am on Minnesota for the limit tonight.
I think you're right. And also, we're seeing the money trickle in on the Timberwolves now, sitting at 5.5. Money line is -220. The thing is for the Warriors is that they don't have to play a perfect game, but they kind of need to be around it to stay in this game, right? What do they need to do? They have to play fantastic defense. They've got to have playoff Jimmy probably go off. They've got to get bench help from guys that aren't necessarily consistent. Buddy Hield has been really good in the postseason. But again, are they going to get another 30-point performance from Jonathan Kuminga? Probably not. And they don't need to turn the ball over. So a lot of things have to go right for Golden State to win. When you have a great equalizer like a Steph Curry, it's different because you can make those mistakes, and all of a sudden, Steph hits back-to-back threes, and you're right back in it. So you don't have that margin for error is what it is. Teams are going to make mistakes, but you don't have that margin for error when Steph is not on the court. So because of that, I feel like this could be one of those games where we look up and Minnesota just rolls.
especially because it's like Anthony Edwards has put up some pretty eye-popping numbers. Like this weekend, the 36 was an eye-popping number, but he has these really slow starts. If he starts fast, like the Warriors can't handle a blitz, I don't feel like, at the beginning of games. They can kind of stay with you like they did in Game 3, and then just when you need to play, there's no one there to make it. If they're down 10 early because they don't have Steph, Jimmy's not a three-point guy.
Yeah.
And if you're going to rely on Buddy Hield to be your guy that in the blink of an eye is going to swing the game 9 points, I just don't think he's that dude.
No.
So without Steph, they don't have that dude. Really, I just hope they keep their head above water until Steph comes back in potentially Game 6, but I don't see this one going to 6 without him.
No, I agree. Buddy Hield is a guy who, like, now you're asking him to take on a role that isn't his role. Like, Buddy Hield is a guy, if you get performance from him, if you get results from him, that's an added bonus. You need him to perform, but asking him to sort of take over Steph's role, if you will, that's sort of an impossible task, and he's just not built for that. He's just not the same player. Nice outside shooter, but the one thing about Steph is we always think about the threes, but Steph can hit you from anywhere. Like, he's just so great all-around player, which Buddy Hield is not. So you're asking Buddy Hield to do non-Buddy Hield things.
You're asking him to dribble. Remember, it was so funny when Jimmy Butler was like, I like it when Buddy doesn't dribble. Well, now you're like, he has to dribble. And you're like, uh-oh, this isn't going to work.
That's not good. When your teammate's saying that, it's not great. So, yeah, let's lean Timberwolves tonight. Also, Warriors 1-7 against the number in their last 8 games at home. How about some baseball? No surprise here. The Rockies have fired Bud Black. I love how they say, nah, we're keeping Bud. And they lose 21-0 to the Padres. Then they get a win yesterday, 9-3. But ultimately, the Rockies are terrible. They're 7-33. They also fired their bench coach, Mike Redmond. Bud Black actually had some success in Colorado. I mean, lost in the World Series to the Diamondbacks, lost in the NLDS to the Brewers in 2017, 2018. So, yeah, you can justify his firing. At the same time, let's not act like the management or the brass for the Colorado Rockies has brought in a bunch of great players to help him out. I mean, this is a baseball team that just talent-wise, they just stink.
They have nothing.
They have nothing.
I don't understand why they didn't just fire him after the 21-0.
Right.
Like, they let him sleep on it. Nah, Bud, you're my guy. You're my guy.
Right.
I'm keeping you. Go out, win a game. It's only their 7th win. Hey, you know what? Actually, you got to go.
Yeah, you got to go now.
You got to go. Sorry about that one. We just publicly said we wanted to keep you here. We were wrong. That's on us.
They have They just don't have any talent at all. So someone had to take the blame for. I mean, and you can't lose 21-0. I get that, even if you're the Rockies, but
watching your baseball team give up 3 touchdowns is tough.
Yeah,
that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like 21-0 in baseball.
In baseball,
even for the Rockies, like I'll take your 11-2, guys. I mean, 21-0.
Their run differential right now is like negative 130 something, which. If you were playing, let's just say, in a hypothetical world, remember when Oakland was bad, or last year when Chicago was bad?
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense, not scoring a lot. You play in the best ballpark for hitters, and you can't hit. You can't send the ball over the yard to the point where the other team is hanging 21 on your head at home.
And they have no pitching. I mean,
Zilch.
no pitching at all. Like, if you look at their starters, it's like an ERA of 6.39, 7.41, 8.56. I mean, they just stink all the way around, as we know. So there you go, Bud Black gone as the skipper for the Colorado Rockies. Got a couple plays in baseball we're looking at today. I want to throw these out. I'm going to go Cubs on the run line today, hosting the Marlins. Cubs are playing at Wrigley tonight. Cubs are minus 250 on the money line. Marlins are 2-1 to win outright. Total set at 8. You've got Cal Quantrill going up against Colin Ray. I love the Cubs on the run line. Cal Quantrill, okay, fine. Good last time out against the Dodgers. I'll give him credit for that. 1 run over 5 innings. But for the majority of the season, he has not been pitching at a major league level. 2-3, 7.11 ERA. On the road this season, in 4 appearances, Cal Quantrill, 2-2, an ERA of 7.64. Opponents are batting .315 against him. So you're talking about one of the most powerful and most performance-based lineups. I mean, a team that generates a lot of runs in the Cubs. So they've got Colin Ray on the mound. They've won 4 of his 5 starts this year, all by at least 2 runs. Let's take the Cubbies on the run line today at minus 118. Also, I like the Padres in the one line at plus 105, hosting the Angels. You say Kikuchi going for L.A., Michael King going for San Diego. This is really just backing Michael King, who is firmly in the Cy Young race with how he's pitched this season. He has not allowed more than 2 runs in any of his last 5 starts. So maybe you can find San Diego on the first 5-run line. That's not a bad pick. But also, the Padres have been unbelievable at the plate. Top 10 in average, top 10 in OPS, top 10 in slugging. The Angels cannot hit anything. Padres, number 1 team in baseball on the run line. Angels are the 4th worst. Padres on the run line, plus 105. Coming up next here on the show, time to pick a winner of the weekend. Who impressed us the most? We're going to vote on our MVP Monday. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to me and all of you listening. If you didn't know, I had a little power outage for the last 2 segments, but I am back. I'm ready to roll. And in this segment here on the Daily Tip, we will get to our MVP Monday. Tell you who had the best weekend in our opinion. So, Jenks, I feel like I have these baseball bets that I need to get out of my consciousness, or else I'm going to say I'm going to roll up to Sonic and be like, listen, I like a lot of teams on the run line today, but I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of playing favorites at home on the run line. So we were just talking about this during the break. So in case anybody was wondering, I was looking at the slate today and the few teams that I think I like. I feel like there are some big mismatches. We'll get to MVP Monday in a second, but I got to get this off my chest. All right, so I think I'm going to go the Cubs on the run line, fading Cal Quantrill. I know that he has faced a murderer's row of some really good offenses, but hey, the Cubs are a really good offense as well, and they're playing at home. And then talk me off the Tigers. I don't know if you guys touched on this game, but I feel like this is price dependent. I feel like the Tigers get no respect in baseball. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is one of the best teams in baseball. And now they're facing the Red Sox and Tanner Huck, who has a 6 ERA, and they're playing at home. They're minus 108. Am I missing something here, Jenks?
No.
Before we move on?
I mean, sign me up. No, I saw that as well. And I mean, should I add it to the card? I don't know. But ultimately, this is one of those very simple handicaps. You're getting a great price on a very good team, and a lot of times you don't give teams the credit they deserve based on past history or what you think of this team. The Tigers are a very good baseball team. I'm not quite sure that whether it's the general public or anyone else has caught on yet. I mean, certainly we talk about these teams on a regular basis on this show, but you could probably shop around. Maybe you can get an even better price, but you're getting close to a coin flip here with the Tigers at home with a pitching advantage. What's not to like?
Yeah, I was lamenting that I didn't have anybody to talk about this with during my power outage. So, James, I was sitting here just making parlays during the power outage. One of them, I think, was Jalen Brunson, 25 plus, and Julius Randle, 20 plus points. That's going to be the power outage parlay because your girl was bored. Didn't have any power, didn't have any internet. What else was I supposed to do? So, of course, I hammered away at some bets.
Awesome. Did you go old school? Did you light I don't know, a lantern and then pull out, a quill and dip it in ink and start writing your parlays down and making the numbers yourselves?
Oh, no. I don't know how they took bets back then, but I would imagine they found a way, right? They probably had tickets that they actually wrote on. Well, it wasn't dark at least because it is daytime. But I had to use my flashlight on my phone to go to the bathroom, which was not a fun experience.
Sorry about that. God, we kind of wondered. I mean, I didn't know what happened. I thought it would be one of those quick refreshes, which we have from time to time on our computer program that brings us all together. I'm like, oh, she'll refresh and she'll be back. And then I looked down at my phone and I saw, oh, Chelsea has a power outage. So, yeah. Now, you're talking me into Tigers. I'm glad you had time to pull out the quill and do some old school handicapping. I wonder if there's going to be a lightning strike before midnight this evening. I'll bet you 2 cups of ginger. I don't know what they used to bet on back in the day. But yeah, I do like that Tigers bet. And maybe I will put a little sprinkle on the parlay.
Small shekel.
Yeah, a little shekel too.
Shekel. All right. So I just wanted to keep the people updated. Enough about my bets during the power outage. Let's get to MVP Monday.
No sound, but in my mind, I'm waiting for the sound. I'm playing the sound.
Our nominees for Monday MVP.
There it is.
Yeah. We got the sound, and now I can be my showman. All right, here we go. We got 4 great entries this week, 2 in the NHL, 2 in the NBA. We will start in the NHL. Dallas Stars right wing Mikko Rantanen, 1 goal, 2 assists in the Stars, 5-2 Game 3 win. So he comes away with 3 points. Nominee number 2. The Golden Knights, this was one of the best things that I saw this weekend. The Golden Knights right winger Riley Smith with his game-winning, buzzer-beating goal. You don't see that often in the world of hockey, but he legitimately beat the buzzer in Las Vegas's 4-3 Game 3 win to save the Knights from going down 3-0. So that series is now at 2-1. Edmonton leads. In the NBA, Anthony Edwards, 36 points for the Timberwolves in their 102-97 Game 3 win, fending off playoff Jimmy and apparently playoff Jonathan Kuminga for the Golden State Warriors. And then last, but certainly not least, my bald-headed brother, Peyton Pritchard, 23 points off of the bench for Boston as he leads the Celtics over the Knicks in game number 3.
Ooh. Jenks, you want to go first?
Sure. You know what I'll do is, I've gone back and forth on this. I'm going to do a little hockey. I'm going to give it to Riley Smith. Like, that was great drama for the Stanley Cup playoffs. And not only was it great drama, like Vegas had to have this win, right? Like, they needed this win. If they go down 3-0 in that series against the Oilers, it is over. But that was the latest game-winning goal in Stanley Cup playoff history. There were 0.4 seconds left on the clock. And we didn't know. Like, initially, the announcers were like, it's off the post, because the puck immediately bounced away. But what happened was, once they looked at a different angle, the puck went in and it hit the camera inside the goal and then bounced out. So it looked like it hit the post, but it actually crossed the goal line and was a goal. And so for a while there was confusion, like the announcers weren't sure, but then all of a sudden the Oilers fans were saying, no, it didn't go in. But then all of a sudden we saw the Knights celebrating like they knew something, they figured things out, and then it was Riley Smith. So keeping that team alive in what was something we've never seen before in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So let's go Riley Smith.
I would talk hockey, but listen, you don't want somebody with a southern accent saying some of these names. Like Mikko Rantanen, yeah, he was the best player overall. Like, it just sounds stupid. So I'm not going to talk about hockey, even though some of these are very deserving of maybe MVP Monday. I'm going to go off the board. I'm going to go with Julius Randle of the Minnesota Timberwolves doing something that hasn't been done for the T-Wolves since 2004. Julius Randle is the first T-Wolves player since Kevin Garnett to record a postseason triple-double. And I understand that Anthony Edwards certainly has the flash and the electric dunks, but Julius Randle has quietly been the most consistent player for the Timberwolves in the postseason, it feels like, especially in these last couple games. 24 points in each. Last game, 10 rebounds, 12 assists. Game before that, 7 rebounds, 11 assists. So for somebody who had a narrative of somebody who didn't show up in the postseason, Julius Randle breaking narratives and helping his team with some big wins down the stretch. So I'm going to go Julius Randle.
Oh, okay. That's a good call. He had a nice game. I mean, he was very good. I mean, I did not realize it had not been done in that long, but I think it just goes to show like how I know Ant Edwards gets all the pub, and he should, because he is one of those new faces of the NBA. But Randle has been awesome. Timberwolves have been really deep and awesome during the postseason, so good call.
Yeah, it's still taking me a while to get used to Julius Randle, Minnesota Timberwolf. Like, it still feels weird, right?
It does. Like, yeah. Well, it just feels like, I still think of him as being a Knick. And then,
yeah,
I'm like, I don't know. He just seemed like such a part of the culture there, and I was kind of surprised by that trade in the offseason. I'm like, oh, no. He is a Timberwolf now, but he's been instrumental in this playoff run. There's no question.
And that's what I love about the postseason is that it's not just about the superstars. It's about like the other side stories that kind of, go along with it. And I guess some people would say, oh, well, we need to bring up the trade between the Knicks and Karl Anthony Towns. But Karl Anthony Towns has been pretty good for the most part for the Knicks as well. So I feel like both teams got a good end of that deal. But we'll see if he continues to be, the X factor for the Timberwolves. Because let me say this about Anthony Edwards. It feels like he has been very hit or miss in the first half. Like, he turns it on in the second half, but he hasn't been exactly consistent for the Timberwolves. And luckily, they're a deep enough team to where it doesn't matter too much, especially with the Warriors missing Steph Curry. I'm also interested to see what we see from Jimmy Butler as well, because, you could make a good case for him for MVP Monday if the Warriors would have won that game, but they didn't. But how many minutes until his pelvis explodes? Isn't he dealing with some type of pelvic injury to where I know he's playing through a lot of pain, and he just played 43 minutes?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like at some point you got to give the guy a break. It feels to me like that meme of the Popeyes worker that's just sitting outside, just exhausted. Or you could even go the meme of Jimmy Butler himself exhausted over the scores table. The memes just write themselves.
Yeah, he's gonna have to carry the load. There's no question about that.
Mm-hmm.
We were discussing that earlier, like how much can this be maintained by the Warriors, right? Where even what we saw in the previous game, right? Can they really get 30 from Jonathan Kuminga again? Can Buddy Hield truly fill the role of Steph Curry? Probably not. Can the Warriors play enough of a game with playoff Jimmy having to overachieve? How sustainable is that for Golden State? So I think we were sort of leaning Timberwolves based on that. And if you're Minnesota, whether it's Julius Randle, whether it's, Mike Conley stepping up in, a spot or two when they need some veteran leadership, whether it's Ant Edwards, whoever it is, you can go down the list, but Minnesota is well coached. And honestly, I love how Anthony Edwards responded. Like, I know we were talking about Julius Randle, but Chris Finch challenged Anthony Edwards. It was like, listen, if you want to be elite, if you are the leader of this team, and you have to keep your head in the game the entire time. You can't check out at moments. The light has to be on the entire time, and the light was on the entire time. So I think if you're the Warriors, you're going to have to play not a perfect game, but you're going to have to really minimize your mistakes and play a type of game you're not used to playing. And I feel like they had their chance. Like, they led in that game, and until the Timberwolves hit some late shots, some clutch shots from Anthony Edwards, especially that three-pointer from the baseline, I just don't know if the Warriors can keep that going, at least that sustainable type of basketball that they're going to have to play to be in this game.
Yeah, when you said Buddy Hield needs to fill the role of Steph Curry,
Right.
that reminded me of our Instacart stories where you're saying, like, they're out of something, and the Instacart guy's like, they don't have any Steph Curry. Buddy Hield? You're like, no.
No.
It's not the same thing.
Not even close. What are you
Take
doing
out
here?
of cart.
No, exactly. No, not. Put the Buddy Hield back, okay? If you can't find the Steph, just refund the money. I'm not looking for a replacement here. And listen, nothing against Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield is a nice role player, okay? He is, but he's just, who is Steph Curry? Not Buddy Hield, not most players.
I think the most maddening instance of that is when they're like, we don't have Diet Coke. Is Pepsi okay? No, it's not okay. It's not the same thing. Get out of here. And that's how you make me mad. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and we'll start off with the re-rack of what's going on in the NBA tonight. Next on the Daily Tip.
for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we've got some NFL news to tell you about, which just broke in the past few minutes. We've got playoff basketball to get you ready for. Celtics and Knicks in the East. Timberwolves and Warriors out west. In 20 minutes, what do we expect tonight from Boston? We will bring in Gary Washburn, the national NBA writer for the Boston Globe, to get into that. And finally, best bets coming your way in just 40 minutes. Also, hello to our audience on Stadium as we broadcast and stream our final hour online. You can see us at BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, well, the NFL doesn't like being out of the headlines for long. And now we know that we'll get the Cowboys and the Eagles as the season opener on Thursday Night Football, a battle in the NFC East as the Eagles will celebrate their reign as the current world champions. And you were telling me, I did not realize this, but apparently this is going to be a slow rollout over the next few days, like it's going to be on the Today Show. I'm sure they'll release some things on X. Like over the next few days, we're going to get the NFL rollout instead of all at once.
Oh, yes. They're making a huge deal out of this, like the NFL always does about everything. So what they're doing is they sent out this release. So they're going to leave some breadcrumbs for us to where we can find out some of these matchups across all of these platforms, which means you got to subscribe to all these platforms, which is also a fun bonus. So today on the Today Show, they'll be, announcing a game. On Monday as well, they'll be announcing something on Fox, on Prime Video, and then Tuesday, going back to Good Morning America, they're going to be announcing something. So listen, it feels like you're following like a boy band or something. I don't think I am this obsessed with the NFL, and I like the NFL a lot, to tune into all of these programs. I will just catch it on social media.
I agree. Listen, I am a huge football fan. I am a massive Commanders fan. But I have to say that I am not like waiting for bated breath. I mean, obviously the NFC East is the NFC East. Okay. That happens twice a year. I'm not like, oh my God, do we get the Bengals this year or not? You do not when the schedule comes out, I will absolutely look at it and I'll say, okay, this looks winnable. Well, maybe this will be questionable. Who knows? But I don't need a 3-day rollout. Am I just a bad fan?
No, the NFL is just being main character here, like huge main character syndrome where they think everything's about them and everybody's going to tune into everything. And that being said, am I going to watch the season opener? Hell yeah, I'm excited for it, but I'm not excited for the announcement for these games. And I think that's where most people sit. But let me ask you this, Jenks. Does it feel like a slight that we didn't get Commanders Eagles on opening night? Because listen, if this team was not named the Cowboys and we saw their record, what are they doing on the kickoff game? Isn't this normally supposed to be a matchup of two good teams? I feel like we should be mad about this.
Well, I think you're exactly right. But I also think the NFL knows what. Look, the NFL is, whether you like, and nobody likes the Cowboys here, but the bottom line is whether you like it or not, the Cowboys sell, right? The Cowboys are always an easy sell for the NFL. You can immediately go into the storylines, and Jerry Jones will be talking about this, and it's America's team and all these different things. So even if the Cowboys aren't great, it doesn't matter because in the NFL's view, it's still the NFC East. It's still Cowboys, Eagles, and there's still some pull to that, even if the Cowboys aren't great.
Yeah, but listen to some of the other openers we got. We got Ravens Chiefs last year.
Yeah.
We got Lions Chiefs the year before. We got Bills Rams in 2022. And then it was back to the Cowboys and the Bucks. And the Cowboys didn't win that one either. So, yeah, I'm mad about this one.
I mean, it's not great, but I also think that with the Commanders, there's like a 1-year sample size, so a lot of people don't believe in Washington yet. I think they will come around, and I understand that. I mean, a lot of fans here in D.C. are having to come around like, hey, is this for real? Like, honestly, are you sure? There's a lot of PTSD when it comes to previous seasons, the previous 2 decades, so I understand that. But from the national consciousness, it's going to take more than just one good season for people to say, oh, Washington is legit. People are coming around to that idea, but I think it is going to take some time. So I do understand it, even though I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think I understand the NFL's thinking. As far as needing like 2 or 3 days for a schedule release, I'm not going to be like, oh, after Amazon Prime, then it's Good Morning America. What does Al Roker have to say on the Today Show? Is he going to say something about the schedule? I only listen to the NFL schedule if old Al's telling me about it. Just put the schedule out there and let me see it.
Yeah, do like the schedule release videos. Those are good. Normally, like the social media teams have these like creative ways to release it on Twitter, on Instagram, whatever. But Jenks, if we were playing commissioner, do you have a certain game in mind that you would like to see the season like kicked off? I was thinking about it because you want to see like the matchups that you'd want to see. And I feel like obviously it has to be the Eagles because they just won the Super Bowl. So do you go with a team like the Bills and say like, this is a matchup I wish we would have seen? Because I know a lot of people were rooting for the Bills to make it to the Super Bowl. Or, like, I think the Commanders, like we just mentioned, that would be a good one. Like, what are the other teams you'd like to see in the kickoff game?
Eagles-Lions, I think, would be good. I think a lot of people expected that game last year and thrilled that it didn't happen. But ultimately, look, a great matchup is a great matchup. There's no question. The Lions aren't suddenly a bad team because they got beat in the playoffs. But Eagles-Lions is a matchup I think everyone anticipated and thought, ooh, now this is a matchup I would love to see in the playoffs or particularly in the NFC Championship game. Didn't happen, but I think that will be a great choice. But again, it's just Eagles-Cowboys, which is fine. It's just fine.
Yeah. None of us said the Chiefs, huh? I wonder if the fatigue is going to carry over to some of these primetime games. Because obviously, they want as many viewers as possible. Do you think we'll see as many primetime games for the Chiefs?
Maybe, yeah, there's still a sell, but there is some Chiefs fatigue. Like, the Chiefs are going to be very good this year. I'm not going to take that one game against the Eagles and be like, ooh, Patrick Mahomes isn't good anymore. The Chiefs aren't good. Of course they are. Of course they are. They had a bad game. They got dominated by the better team. They lost. It happens. But I think people are a little – you can get exhausted with anyone, and it's a credit to the Chiefs because they win so much, right? But ultimately, there is some Chiefs fatigue because it's like every year, yes, the Chiefs have been thrown in our faces, and I think we just need a little break.
Yeah, I think we do need a break. Even though we're still talking about, Taylor Swift getting subpoenaed. And also it's, May 12th, and we just talked about the NFL for 7 minutes. So nice job, Roger Goodell. You got your wish.
You did it again. Old Raj. He's always going to be number 2 on my list of favorite Rajes. Raj here at Odyssey, always number 1 with a bullet. Let's go back in sports history before we talk about the NBA for a moment. I want to get your take on tonight's games. But on this day in 1985, do you know the whole frozen envelope controversy when the Knicks got the number 1 overall pick in the draft? Are you aware of this story at all? Because I know we're taking you back here. But this is a very infamous story when it comes to the NBA.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a good one. Like when we talk about sports conspiracies, wouldn't this be the perfect way to, have an envelope, where you know which one to choose and it's not obvious, right? Like if I were to want to skew the results, this is exactly what I do. So when it comes to conspiracies, this is like a top 5 one for me. It's pretty believable.
Yeah. I mean, the Knicks needed to be great for the NBA. Remember, you have to understand, the NBA in the late 70s, early 80s was not very popular. It's easy to think, it's always been popular. That was not the case. They used to show the finals on tape delay, which is hard to believe. But the NBA needed some star power in New York City. Patrick Ewing was coming out of Georgetown as the number 1 overall pick, wasn't close. And so the conspiracy theory goes that before they picked the envelope out of the tumbler, that they froze the Knicks envelope to make it cold so that when the commissioner, David Stern, went in and pulled out the Knicks envelope, he would know, it's the cold one. And that way the Knicks were insured to get Patrick Ewing. I don't know if it's the case. It's a hell of a conspiracy theory. We say this because the NFL Draft Lottery is tonight. This is the Cooper Flag Sweepstakes. The Jazz, Wizards, and Hornets each with a 14% chance to land the number 1 overall pick. Please give the Wizards Cooper Flag. We've earned this. We need this. Oh my God, it would be so awesome.
You guys got Jane Daniels. Pipe down.
That's
DC
a different
Jane
sport.
Daniels. I know, but as a city, how many lotteries are you going to win? Like, you already won the lottery of a franchise quarterback.
We didn't win anything. We just sucked for so long. We got a good pick.
I mean, the Titans suck. Who did we get? Cam Ward, who, like, people were like, he's the number 1 overall pick. But let's talk about Shadur Sanders. So, Jenks, I don't have a lot of sympathy. Oh, the Wizards are bad. You have the Commanders, who are, trending towards the sky. It feels like they're going to the moon. Then you have the Caps, who, have won something in the last decade, it feels like. Same with the Nationals. I know they're not good now. So, like, if you're sitting here, the Wizards are bad. I feel so bad for you.
Yeah, they've been bad forever. For a long time. The only time the Wizards were good, they were pulling guns on each other in the locker room. Literally when they were good. It's like, hey, let's pull guns on each other while we're decent and maybe a playoff team. Okay, we do have some playoff basketball tonight in the NBA. I want to ask your opinions because Denton and I were talking about who we like tonight in both of these playoff games. I know your power was out, but now the power is on. The lights are flashing behind you. You got the extra power going. Celtics and Knicks. Ooh. Celtics laying 6.5. Celtics minus 265. Knicks plus 210. Total is 209 and a hook, and you're going to shut that off, aren't you?
I didn't realize it was blinking. So should I turn it the color of the team that I think is going to win?
Yeah, it just means the donuts are hot and fresh. Who do you like tonight?
Shall we do orange?
Yeah, let's do it.
Shall we do orange?
Look at this.
This is not working. Well,
there you
might
go.
have to do that later. Anyways, back to the handicap of the game. I will have to work out my lights later. So what do we think about the Celtics here? Because I think the handicap truly lies on what we think of this Celtics team. Is this a team that we can finally trust? Because it does feel like the Celtics were playing at their absolute worst in the first 2 games of this series. And the Knicks, it wasn't a blowout. This was very much a game. They had to come back from a 20-point deficit to secure these wins. So, Jenks, let me ask you, do you think this is a Celtics team we can finally trust?
I'm going to lean Celtics. I'm not going to bet on this game. The NBA has been all over the place for me. We had a nice little run early, and then I'm like, all right, I'm stepping away. I think so. I mean, the key to them is just they've got to shoot well from three-point land. They went from 25% in the first 2 games to 50% in the last game. They don't necessarily have to hit that mark, but I think they need to be a little bit more balanced. As long as they hit their shots from long range, like it may not be close. I expect a better effort from the Knicks. The Celtics were definitely sounding very confident after that Game 3 went. Like, to a man, they were like, this is still a long series. We're still the defending world champs. We got this. We're fine. They needed this confidence-wise. I want to see what Jason Tatum does tonight. I would lean Celtics. I feel like this is when they kind of get right back in this series, just like they did in the last game. They have to shoot better from deep, but they do need to be a team that tries to go inside a little bit more, I feel like.
Right. I think that's the problem, is that they rely so heavily on the 3-point shot that if the shots aren't falling, they continue to fire away from 3, even if those shots aren't falling. But if we're talking about teams we can trust, the Knicks did this last year, where they blew a 2-0 series lead and ended up losing the series. So I'm not sure if I can trust the Knicks either when it comes to this situation. So I don't think I'm going to be making a bet in this one, but I do think that 6.5 points. Have we decided that this is a big number? Because I think there is a question in here. Because I think the problem is if the Celtics win, there is a chance that they blow out the Knicks. If the threes fall and they're shooting, 40% at least from the 3-point range, there is blowout potential here. And I think that goes into the total as well. Because, if the Celtics make their shots, obviously it's probably going to go over. But if they don't, we'll see a terrible performance. So from a betting standpoint, there are such a wide range of outcomes. This is not a game I want to bet on.
No, me neither. Now we're seeing the total at 208 and a hook, down a half point from 209. I actually like the over in this game, honestly. And I think that the Celtics, as long as they are able to hit some of those shots from downtown, I think the Knicks, I don't know. I lean Celtics. My favorite bet is I would lean Celtics minus 6.5. I do think the over is going to hit. And also, we've just seen overs as the trend throughout the playoffs. Overs are 22 and 10 thus far in the postseason. So I'm never going to tell you to blind bet anything, but we keep seeing a ton of points scored, even in some of these defensive battles relative to the numbers. So I think I'd lean to the over as well.
Yeah, that or just do a points prop on Jalen Brunson. Doesn't it feel like he has to have a big game? Like, I think it's 27 points as his points prop. I think I would rather bet on that than a side or a total.
I think that's a fine play as well. And we got to keep talking about this game. Even though we do have the Wolves and the Warriors tonight, Celtics and Knicks will take center stage at the Garden. So let's do that. Get the inside scoop on Boston with Gary Washburn. He is the national NBA writer for the Boston Globe. He will join us next as our basketball previews continue. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Give it to me, Double D. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great Monday. Thanks for being with us. I am Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Going to talk more NBA here in a couple minutes. What's going on with the Celtics as they continue to chase back-to-back world championships? Back on the floor tonight in New York. We'll talk about that with Gary Washburn. He is the national NBA writer for the Boston Globe. One thing that has not been mentioned in this show, but I know we can always rely on you to get us up to date, is how much golf did you watch this weekend?
We definitely had it on Mother's Day. Jake was falling asleep on the couch watching golf, which makes him sound terrible. Most of the day, he was up and doing stuff for me, so it was just like a quick cat nap. But I will say it's almost like I forget it's on because it's so like calm and soothing. You're like, oh, we're watching golf, because it's not like one of those things that commands your attention. Like sometimes Jake watches Twitch for these like video games that involve like heavy artillery. So it's just like bombs and explosions and machine guns going off. I'm like, Jake, put something else on. So at least when he watches golf, it's like calming and I can do housework to it.
Does he yell when he's involved in these games that he's playing? Like my next door neighbor who's always yelling at people. Like I never know whether he's fighting with his wife or yelling at his screen. And half the time, I told you this before, like screaming, you're an idiot. I'm like, God. And he's mad because someone didn't make a move he wanted them to make when he was playing Xbox or something. Does Jake do that?
No, because he's watching somebody else play. Which just simply from a productivity standpoint, I'm like, at least play the game yourself. Like, don't watch somebody else do it. But that's literally what he does on Twitch. He watches these people play video games that are really good at playing video games.
I mean, it's interesting. That's not really for me, but that has a huge audience, so I can't knock it because there are a ton of people that do that. They fill arenas, for esports, people who do this, and people just want to watch these people who are exceptional at what they do and watch them go at it. So, I mean, he's not alone. Will we be alone tonight? And betting on the Boston Celtics, I bet not. They are the favorites as they take the floor in Game 4 against New York. Next, let's talk about that with Gary Washburn, again, the national NBA writer for the Boston Globe. Gary, I know Boston was a lot better from long range in Game 3, but what else besides that made them so effective to help them get back in the series?
They were more aggressive offensively, attacking the rim. They were more just kind of purposeful with their offense. They got in their offense quicker. They pushed the pace. And they also responded to Knicks runs. Every time the Knicks seemed like they were going to hit at a comeback, and instead of kind of holding on to the ball or kind of playing prevent defense or kind of just waiting for the inevitable, they were more active and scored back and pushed the ball and hit a three to counter. Like they answered the Knicks' answers. So the Knicks never got dangerously close. I think they cut it to 17 late in the first half, but that was it, as opposed to the first two games where the Celtics had 20-plus point leads, and the Knicks would just chase them down and pass them down the stretch. That never happened, and I think that was because the Celtics were just a little bit more aware and a little bit more purposeful with their offense, as opposed to just kind of holding the ball and hoping the time runs out.
Yeah, I think the question that we all have is, can we trust the Celtics now? Because after those first two games, I think a lot of us are a little shell-shocked from how bad they looked. And also, can we trust Jason Tatum? I feel so conflicted on what narrative to trust when it comes to Jason Tatum, the superstar, because I understand he plays for a good team and the end goal is simply to win a game. But what do you think the correct narrative is on Jason Tatum?
Yeah, I think he's a superstar. He's a franchise cornerstone. But, the comparison, like, is he the guy that's always going to come through in the clutch? Maybe not. Is he a guy that will make the right play as opposed to like scoring? He'll make the pass as opposed to trying to take the shot. I mean, I think he's a very versatile player. He's a top 5 player in the NBA. But if you're looking for like Michael Jordan Jr., that's just not who he is. And I think that there's been a lot of, expectations and pressure on him because he has all the physical tools. And there's been some times he hasn't stepped to the plate and delivered when needed. And there's other times he's struggling. At this point, he's still dealing with that wrist injury that he sustained in the Orlando series. It's kind of lingered. And he's not going to complain about it. He's just going to go out there and play and take his lumps when he's heavily criticized. But I guess the good thing for Celtics faithful is that they still haven't gotten those vintage games from Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum, and they're 2-1 and they have a chance to tie the series. So they still haven't gotten those types of like great games. So maybe that's coming, and for the Celtics' interest, it should come tonight in Game 4.
Gary, I wanted to ask you about how the Celtics play, which is, I don't want to say they live and die by the three-point shot. That's not necessarily true. But they were the leading three-point shooting team in the NBA this season, and then they struggled in the first 2 games. Is there any thought that they need to adjust sort of the way that they go about shooting so many threes, or is that is how they win games, and that is Celtics basketball?
Well, that's how they win games, and they're almost impossible to beat when they're playing like the other night where they hit 50%. Like, you're not going to beat them just simply because of the math, because they like to take 50. They only took 40 in game 3, and that's likely because they didn't need to fire up threes when they were up 25 in the fourth quarter. But they do need to be more purposeful in how they take them and not hunt them, and they do need to attack the rim and get to the free throw line. They can get sometimes three-point reliant. And when it's on a big stage like it was, let's say, in Game 1 where they took 60, then the national narrative becomes, what the hell is wrong with these guys? All they do is take threes. This is what's wrong with the NBA, and this is what's happened to our league is that, now everybody just wants to shoot threes, and it's funneled down to AAU and Pee Wee ball, and, everybody just wants to run to the three-point line instead of getting the ball in the paint. So it's something that they have to be careful about. But when you have good shooters and you can win games like that, you've won so many games like that, it's been a successful formula, so it's hard to argue.
What should we expect from Kristaps Porzingis, in the rest of the series, and ultimately, if they get out of this, for the rest of the postseason? Because obviously it's been a big question mark with the illness that he's dealing with, but it does feel like the Celtics will probably need him if they want another NBA Finals to their name. What's going on with him?
Yeah, I mean, he's got some type of a virus that affects his energy. Everybody's playing junior doctor and guest star on ER. It's Lyme disease. So, I'm sure the Celtics have literally checked it out. I'm sure maybe in the offseason he's probably going to get maybe a full examination, or it's probably a matter of just him needing some rest. But he's playing more and more. I mean, he played a little bit in Game 1, and then Game 2, then he left Game 1 because of the sickness. Game 2, he played a little bit more. He played some in Game 3, so I expect him to play more minutes in Game 4 off the bench. And they're just going to, their attitude toward him is, hey, man, just give us what you can. We're not going to throw you out there and you're exhausted. We're not going to throw you out there and you can't get up and down the court. So that's not going to happen. So, him playing 40 minutes in a game probably isn't going to happen unless he tells his coach, hey, to this particular day, I'm feeling really good. And that's just kind of how this thing seems to be, where he's got his good days and bad days. He was fine in Game 3. He didn't look labored. He wasn't particularly effective, but he got out there and got to the free throw line 6 times and tried to make a difference and play defense against Karl-Anthony Towns. So that's all they need right now, is him to just pose some type of resistance and then hope that he can just continue that and get a little bit better from game to game and from days off, and probably not practicing much just to get his body prepared for the next game. So I would expect tonight 15 to 20 minutes maybe and see how he does.
We're talking to Gary Washburn. He's the Boston Globe national NBA writer. You can follow him on X at @GWashburnGlobe. So, Gary, listening to the guys after Game 3, it was clear they were pretty confident. It felt a lot better about their performance. Is this the night when they assert themselves and tie this series up? It feels like it.
I mean, you could say that. Yeah, I mean, the Game 3 looked like the regular season meetings where the Knicks just couldn't be on the floor with them. Like the Knicks have a hard time scoring in their offense. They've had a hard time scoring in this series. If you look at Game 2, they scored 91 points. If you look at Game 1, they scored 108 in overtime. Their offense has not been very good. And I think the discouraging aspect for the Knicks was Jalen Brunson was actually pretty good in Game 3. He had 27 points. So you got a good Brunson game, and they still lost by 22. So the Knicks are going to have to really bring it, but the Celtics are going to have to bring it too. The Celtics, I think the Knicks are going to come out with that great energy. I think we saw last night with the Pacers-Cavs game that I think the assumption was, okay, the Cavs have this figured out. They're going to come out and tie this series, and we're going to have a 7-game series, and all of a sudden the Pacers literally just went to town on them early, jumped out to a 25-point lead, and then it got embarrassing, and the Cavs had nothing. You would think that Celtics wouldn't do that on this stage, and they haven't lost like that this year. But I think the Celtics have to be aware of just kind of falling to the Knicks' initial, kind of flurry and not falling behind 22-4 or something. Like, keep it even and then going back to your game plan and then try to eke one out. Because I think this game obviously will be a little bit tougher than it was in Game 3.
Yeah, going into the postseason, it almost felt like a foregone conclusion that we were going to see the Celtics and the Cavs, meeting up to battle for the East. But it's been a lot more interesting than I think people had initially thought. So now that we've seen a few games and the Celtics look a little bit more like themselves, is it still the Celtics that come out of the East?
At this point, it's tough to really say that because obviously they're down 2-1. They got to get out of this series.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think they need to concern themselves with this. And the Pacers are a team that no one, obviously, they're in the middle of America. They're not getting on national TV much. Nobody cared about the Pacers all year because they were just like, oh yeah, they're kind of exciting. They're okay, but hey, there's the Cavs, there's the Celtics, there's the Knicks. So this team has kind of been overlooked completely, and now you're seeing how deep they are and how athletic they are and how hard they are to beat at home. So you got to give maybe, if you want to play some bets, I would put some money maybe on the Pacers at this point because they're playing so well. And, they basically dominated the Cavs in 3 of the 4 games. The Cavs kind of blew Game 2. But last night was really discouraging for the Cavs, and the Cavs was supposed to be the team that was going to basically, be the only obstacle for the Celtics to go to the finals. So I think you got to give the Pacers some respect, and the Knicks are still up 2-1. The Celtics are going to have to finish out this series. This is going to be likely a long series. If you really think about it, like the Thunder and Nuggets, I think, as much as the Thunder won in Game 4, it's still only 2-2. The Nuggets just have to try to sneak one in Oklahoma City. So it's a compelling playoffs. I think more compelling than a lot of people thought it would be. Obviously, Golden State and Minnesota on the other side, the 6th seed and the 7th seed going at it. So I think, honestly, guys, anybody's bet to go to the finals at this point. If you said Indiana and Minnesota, I don't think that's a crazy finals matchup at this point.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's kind of trending that way. Certainly something worth looking at, that's for sure. He is the national NBA writer for the Boston Globe. It is Gary Washburn. Gary, we really appreciate the time this morning. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, you bet. I mean, he's not wrong. And there is something to be said for not paying attention to a team because of where they play or what market they're in. And the Pacers certainly fit that description. I know the Cavaliers have had a bunch of injury issues, but there's no question the Pacers have been, to me, sort of the surprise of the playoffs and a team that we just weren't talking about during the regular season.
Yeah, and then the Cavs got back some of their players. They were on the injury list. What's your excuse now? You got boat raced last night.
Yeah.
The Pacers had 80 points in the first half of that game. So I don't know. I think maybe we are underestimating the Pacers. The Pacers at plus 350 to win the East. That's not a bet I thought I would be making, but maybe.
That's crazy. And, the Cavaliers are still banged up. Like Donovan Mitchell missed the entire second half yesterday, so he's going to have an MRI later today. Like the Cavaliers just cannot get right, and here come the Pacers. Coming up next on the show, we had a nice rally at the end of last week, so now it's time to keep it going, wipe the slate clean, and tell you our favorite bets of the day. That and the dogs are coming up next. It is the Daily Tip on a Monday on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Ho! Welcome back to the show on a Monday. It is a Daily Tip. Right here on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you along with us as we get the week started. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you along for the ride. Best bets coming up here in just a bit. Find out who we like tonight, who we're fading. Chelsea, how's the power situation there? Chelsea was off the show for, I don't know, like an hour, maybe 40 minutes. I forgot. It all flies by so fast because of what, storms in the area, but it looks like things are going well now.
Yeah, the power is back on. I don't know how much I can elaborate for the power being back on, but the power is back on, yes. And the internet is back, because that was the other thing. I had to wait for the internet to come back after the power came back on, because obviously I need internet to do this show.
Yeah, that's true. All right, well, we're glad you're back. Glad things are good. Is it storming there? Like, it's
yes.
going to be nice today. It's gross there?
No, we definitely have storms.
Okay. That's kind of what I figured. I'm like, man. Because I honest to God, when you blacked out for a second, I'm like, she'll be back. And then I was like, she'll be back in an hour. The power's out. Does that happen a lot?
No. I mean, you're on the show with me. When's the last time that happened?
Well, I mean, just in general. Because, I mean, this show's only 3 hours a day. But I'm saying in general. Because, you know, some areas have, I don't know. This is great power grid talk, but some areas are more, you know, more likely to maybe have some sort of power outage than others. Like, it's super rare in DC. Every now and then it'll happen, but for our block, it's pretty rare.
Yeah, I think since we've been doing the show, like, there's only been like 2 instances of the power being out. So, like, it's not really been a thing, but we just, I don't know, it must have hit like a line or something, but it is storming like pretty heavily.
Oh, okay. I got you. God. I kind of wish we were storming here. I don't feel great. I need to go and just like nap for a while. I had so much coffee this morning and it's just like not having any effect at all. Like none. I'm convinced that we accidentally got some like non-caffeinated coffee delivered. And it's having no effect.
I know what the problem is. This is what happens when you snort smelling salts.
That's what it is.
And so everything else is going to pale in comparison after doing that. So obviously your next route is to go for something even stronger.
That's a good idea. I showed that video to Catherine on Friday. She's like, what are you doing? I was like, I don't know, honey. I really didn't know. She's like, really? I was like, no. You know, you ever have that happen to you? Which you are, I think what I assumed was when you see people doing smelling salts, you know, they're just rubbing, you know, putting it below their nose. I assumed that when you break the smelling salts open, they were actually ingesting and sniffing those smelling salts. I never thought, they're just smelling as opposed to sniffing. I just always thought that's what they did. I was way off.
I mean, you looked confident when you did it. So, like, I didn't have any, like, you know, beef with it. I was like, I guess this is how you do it. Like, that's the thing. The more confident you do something, the better, like, you sell it. So, like, you did it so smoothly. I was like, maybe that is how you do smelling salts.
No.
I've never done them, so maybe you can start a new trend.
Well, when are you going to do it? It's your turn. Amazon.com. I'll send them your way.
I don't want to pay for them.
I'll send them your way.
If somebody, okay. Secondhand used smelling salts.
Oh yeah, I'm not getting you new.
Came out your other nostril.
I'm gonna get. You know how they have like, you know, like new, very good, and then what's the one below that? Acceptable. I'm gonna get you the ones that have been like broken open, like they still work. Refurbished smelling salts. There's nothing like that. You know what we did? We packed as much smelling salts as we could and we taped it shut. Good enough. All you gotta do is break it back open. Cost me 75 cents. I wonder if
they lose their potency. Is it one of those things that, like, once you open it, it kind of loses its, you know, effect? Or do they say, there might still be some in the studio?
I would imagine it's fine. Like, this is just, I'm not going to do this again, by the way. Whoa, yeah, they're extremely potent. For the love of God. Yeah, they're fine.
There you have it. We effed around and found out.
You know what? We did F around and find out. I got to say, maybe just keep these here. Like, this is the most awake I've felt all morning after drinking this coffee.
Trust me, they're not going anywhere because it's not like I want them in my house.
Right.
So they are staying in the studio.
Denton's not like, I got to take these home. The wife and I are dying to do these. No.
That would be good content. Like, sneak alert of smelling salts. Because couldn't you put these in places and, like, unsuspectingly, like, somebody opens the drawer for the silverware and they're like, whoa.
Whoa.
You should do that.
I'm sure Catherine would love that. Why are there smelling salts everywhere?
Whoa.
Because Chelsea thought it would be hilarious. Like, well, it's not. Clean these up immediately. All right, not bad. Maybe I'll think about that. Coming up next up, bets. Look at this. Kate Constable is along with Sammy P. They'll recap the weekend of Major League Baseball and the NBA and, of course, the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. Alex Monaco from MSG Networks will join the show at 10, and Michael Leboff, writer for the New York Post, will join at 11:20. I still do not see your bets in here. Oh, you're typing them in?
I put them somewhere, and somebody deleted them.
Oh,
was
it
definitely
me?
typed it. I don't know, but they were in the rundown, but it is in my brain.
Okay, that could have been me. That's
all that
probably me.
matters.
I'll take full responsibility for that. Well, from your brain to on the air, let's see who we like the most tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea coming off a winning week. What do you got for us?
All right, best bet of the day is going to be what I feel like is a good price on one of the best teams in all of Major League Baseball. I'm going to go with the Tigers on the money line at home today over the Boston Red Sox. Guess which team has the second best run differential in all of baseball? That would be the Detroit Tigers. Guess who has the second best statistical bullpen in all of baseball? That would be the Detroit Tigers. So when you're telling me you can give me the Tigers for minus 108 at home today against the Red Sox and Tanner Huck, who has a 6 ERA, I'm going to take the Tigers. I'm not a huge fan of Jackson Jobe, and I will say this about Tanner Huck. He had one bad start that really skewed the numbers for him, but he has not been facing top 10 offenses. He's been facing a steady diet of some of the worst teams in all of baseball. So I think this is going to be a different story when you face the Tigers, and plus, they have been fantastic in this situation. At home this year, they were a blistering 14-5. Straight up. So I'm going to go with the Tigers today at a good price. Let's go Tigers on the money line at minus 108.
I am with you on that as well. Also taking the Padres on the run line. That's minus 115, hosting the Angels. And I have a couple of run line bets. I understand when you bet a run line, you got a team at home. Maybe they probably don't get that extra at-bat that you want in the bottom of the ninth if things go the way you want them to go. But I really don't care. I mean, I just love this matchup for San Diego. Michael King is on the mound for the Padres. He has not allowed more than 2 runs in any of his 5 starts. Absolutely been one of the best pitchers in baseball. Padres bats have come alive. Top 10 in average, top 10 in OPS, top 10 in slugging. Angels don't hit anything. Padres are the number 1 team this season when it comes to covering the run line. The Angels are second to last. So let's go Padres on the run line. It's only minus 115.
Ooh, I will be on that as well. And then I am going back and forth whether to put this on the card. But there's a bet I like in the NBA. Maybe Kate can steer me in the right direction when she comes on. But let's do it. Jalen Brunson, 25-plus points, and Julius Randle, 15-plus points. Julius Randle has hit this number in every single game of the postseason thus far. Jalen Brunson, I feel like no explanation needed. So that's a parlay that's minus 133. Jalen Brunson, 25-plus. Julius Randle, 15-plus points. So I'm going to add that to the card as well as that Padres run line bet.
All right, I got one more run line bet. It is the Cubs on the run line hosting the Marlins. I'm just fading Cal Quantrill going up against Colin Ray. Dude, Cal Quantrill, okay, he was good against the Dodgers last time out. He's faced some tough hitting lineups this season, but the Cubs are a tough lineup to face. They are fantastic this season. And also, Cal Quantrill on the road in 4 starts. Oh, my God. 2-2, ERA of 7.64. Opponents are batting .315 against him. The Cubs tend to support Colin Ray when he is on the mound. They have won 4 of his 5 starts this season, all of those by at least 2 runs. So let's go Cubbies on the run line today at Wrigley, minus 118. Before we get to Kate, we got to check in with the Donkster. Donkster, you're fired up and ready to go on this Monday. What's going on?
I want to give a big congratulations to Shelby Ann Howell, the new Miss Maine. Everyone likes to focus on Jordan Hudson, but I'll tell you a secret. While Jordan had Bill Belichick clapping in the audience, I was watching Shelby on closed-circuit television and cheering for her all by myself.
Well, that's
Sure you
kinda,
were.
That's creepy, Dogster.
Also, Shelby Ann is from Bangor, Maine. Bangor, Maine.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Let's stop you right there. Let's have a bet, please.
Okay, Mets money line, minus 135, hosting Livy Dunn and the Pirates.
Close. Close. What is coming up next on Bet Sweats? For that, we bring in our good friend Kate Constable. Good to see her this morning. Kate, how are you?
Good morning, guys. I like the Livy Dunn is going today with the Pirates.
Yeah.
That's
Good for her.
Spot on. And Chelsea, I like the little parlay, the Julius Randle points and Brunson points. I think Brunson's going to have a big game tonight. So we're going to talk about that on the show. We'll talk about a little NHL, MLB, all the good stuff.
That's exciting.
Yeah. How are you feeling as a Timberwolves fan? You're a Timberwolves fan, right?
I am. I'm feeling very good, but cautiously optimistic. I'm not ready to crown us champions just yet, but I think they have a pretty good chance of getting through this series at least. And then I actually like the chances in the Western Conference Finals, regardless of obviously who they play, the Nuggets or Thunder. So we shall see.
Oh, I didn't realize you were a Timberwolves fan. How did I not know that? How did I miss that?
Most of the time, so I'm a Timberwolves and Bulls fan. Timberwolves, I have my heart. Bulls have just my proximity fandom. But the Timberwolves deep down, like that is my my squad.
Okay, that makes sense. I think that's what it was. I think I just assumed, because I know it's like, you want to cheer for the local teams, right? So being in Chicago, I cheer for the Bulls. Yeah. I get that. All right, well, good luck to your Timberwolves. Have a great time on the show. And Kate, it's good to see you as always.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
You bet. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and our entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Oh, I know it's a Monday, but go out, have a great week, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Bye.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
He rejects the screen, steps through, got it! SGA on the JOB.
Final 3 seconds of the half. Neesmith gets a clean look off, and he hits it. Why not? The Indiana Pacers put up an 80 spot.
The Oklahoma City Thunder tied the series 2-2 with the Denver Nuggets, and the Cavs are on the brink of elimination, down 3-1 to the Pacers in that series over the weekend. We've got that all covered for you, plus much more here on Bet Sweats. I am Kate Constable, filling in for Joe O today. Sammy P here, as he always is with me. We are going to talk a ton of NBA postseason, NHL postseason, those playoffs. Today's MLB card will have all of that for you. We are also going to talk to Alex Monaco of MSG Networks. He's going to join us at the 10 a.m. Eastern hour to talk some NBA. And then Michael Leboff joins us at 11:20 Eastern, and he will join us to talk some NHL. You can catch us at various places over on YouTube. Just search the BetMGM Network for the first hour of the show, 9 to 10 Eastern. You can watch us on Stadium via BallySportsLive.com or the Bally Sports Live app. And as always on Twitch and I did say YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network. Sam, I know you are not a mom, but did you have a good Mother's Day yesterday to wrap up your weekend?
Mother's Day was great. I called my mother twice, by the way, sent her a nice card. Wow. But she was here a couple weeks ago in Boston. So we do this thing now because my brother's in Chicago still. I'm in Boston. My parents are in Florida. We do the holidays either a week or two early or a week or two late. It's much more efficient. And guess what? When you celebrate Thanksgiving a week earlier, you save hundreds of dollars, Kate. What's better than that?
So I save hundreds of dollars. How? Just by celebrating early?
Well, if you fly the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, it's $700 a flight.
That's a good point.
So
That's
to get everybody in one location. Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts on saving money around Christmas later in the show. You mentioned all the things we're going to talk about. I think we have to also break the news that the NFL has come out and said we have the week 1 opener Thursday night. NFL is always trying to mosey in on everybody's business. We will have the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles, the world champs, Thursday, September 4th. Mark it down, week 1 opener, Eagles and Cowboys. The NFL still stealing headlines in the month of May.
The NFL is kind of like the boyfriend or girlfriend, your ex that you've like just started to get over and you're finally feeling good again. And like, you can, move on. And then all of a sudden they hit you with the text, whether it's the you up at like 11 or just trying to climb back in. And that's what the NFL does, right? They know that the NBA and NHL are kind of stealing headlines right now. And so now they release that opening game, which I think it'll be a good opening game. I kind of wish it was Eagles Commanders. That would have been fun, but the Cowboys, I mean, they're America's team. They're always going to be in the headlines. People are going to watch that one. And apparently the NFL is going to like slowly release things over the next couple of days. What was at the draft, the announcement for the announcement of the schedule? And I don't even remember now when the schedule is officially fully out. Is it the 16th or is everything coming out today?
No, it's this week. I believe it's the 15th. So Thursday is, I think, when we're supposed to get everything. But now you get all these reporters and all these radio hosts around the country to try and break the schedule. So we'll hear different schedules from different people, and then everybody will lose their mind. Oh, my goodness, this team is playing that team.
it is what it is. I believe the whole thing is finalized on Thursday. But to your point, the season begins at the end of, well, not the end of August, but early September. It goes all the way through the Super Bowl in February. Then we get free agency in March. Then we get the draft in April. And then we get the schedule in May. And guess what? Next month, we're basically at training camp, which dominates July. And then we're into the preseason in August. And people always say, what? Wow, BetMGM, you guys, Joe and Sam, you guys talk a lot of NFL. The NFL is a year-round sport. That's why we discuss it. Oh, by the way, in the United States, it's also the number one sport that people gamble on. That's why it's discussed all the time.
And we are going to have nothing but schedules and win totals to discuss as soon as these schedules come out. Because you have to jump on those right away for some of them if there's numbers that you like. So I'm sure you and Joe will be talking a ton of NFL going forward. May 14th, Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when the schedules are officially out. I mean, these teams know who they're going to be playing because they know the divisions that they're going to be playing, but where they land within the schedule, within the time of year, all of that stuff, that's going to change how we look at some win totals for various teams. Are you glad it's the Cowboys and Eagles? I think we knew it was going to be the Eagles playing because they won the Super Bowl, but do you like the Cowboys in that matchup? Not in the matchup,
Sure.
But just that it's that team.
Oh, we usually like to play against the champs because everybody wants to bet the champs. There were a couple years where we used to bet against the Patriots pretty handily. I'll never forget the year New England opened up against Kansas City. And this is before the Chiefs were the Chiefs that we know today. And Kareem Hunt and Tyreek Hill went absolutely bananas in the game. And the Chiefs went into Foxborough and beat the snot out of the Patriots. You usually see this magnetization of money that comes in on the champs because everybody knows they're good. The spread's a little bit higher. The trophy gets paraded around. Everybody gets their rings. Guys are worried about how many tickets do I have? Can I invite my wife and my girlfriend? All that jazz. And then the hungry team comes in and plays pretty well. So I'm sure we'll get a spread relatively soon. Maybe not Thursday morning, but eventually we'll have a spread. And look, I think you're going to see Eagles minus 4.5, 5. It might even be lower. It might be 4 because the Cowboys, as everybody knows, get bet. They tend to get bet. But we've seen a couple announcements now. They're going to play a game this year in Spain. The Miami Dolphins are going to play in that game, I believe, against Washington at Bernabeu Stadium. So you're going to see the continued growth not only across North America, but across the world as all of these countries vie for NFL games. Here we are. I did not expect to talk NFL football on May 12th. I brought it up. It's my fault. That's the first thing I saw on Twitter today, though. At NFL on X.
Yep.
Cowboys, Eagles, week 1, Al Michaels on the call. That's I'm starting to get the chills just thinking about it. But the NFL showed up this weekend. The NFL showed up this morning, unlike the Cleveland Cavaliers. I don't know what that was. I went and found this stat from Underdog. Underdog does a great job of these NBA stats. The Indiana Pacers last night, Kate, had the largest halftime lead in the history of the NBA playoffs. I repeat, the largest lead ever in the playoffs, up by 41 in what felt like a must-win game. Technically not a must-win because it's 3-1 now. The next game, clearly a must-win. I don't know what happened. I don't know how this team, Cleveland, went from being this shoe-in for the Eastern Conference Final to losing 3 of 4. And it's not really a health thing anymore. I mean, their guys are out there. I don't want to hear health. You saw Garland out there. You saw Mobley out there. Even Hunter was out there pushing and shoving with Benedict Mathurin.
Yeah.
How did that happen? I'm asking rhetorically. I don't know. This is a 1 seed getting torqued in a game where they basically needed to win to keep breathing. We've never seen a team like that with that big of a seed lose like that in a game 4. Ever.
Well, it's so interesting because last year when the Cavs were bounced from the playoffs, they kind of said the lights were a little too bright for us. We weren't quite ready for the moment. And that's what it looks like now. They don't look ready for the moment at all. And the Pacers, I mean, people thought the Pacers were going to struggle to get past the Bucks. Like, the Pacers look like arguably the best team in the East right now with how the Celtics have played in those first 2 games of the series. Celtics were better in game 3. But it's the turnovers for the Cavs. 22 turnovers in a playoff game. You're right. It was a must-win game because we know what happens with teams that go down 3-1 in a series. They come back and win like 2% of the time. So you give up 35 points off of turnovers to a Pacers team that's been as hot as anyone. Like, yeah, you're going to lose that game. And now Donovan Mitchell, do you know what exactly happened with his ankle injury? Like, was it literally just that halftime he came out, or did he tweak it in the first half? I couldn't find anything where he tweaked it in the first half, but he was just shooting warm-ups at halftime and all of a sudden goes down with the ankle and doesn't come back the rest of the game.
I think he's been a little bit hobbled. I mean, that whole team has been hobbled, but he did leave the game with an injured left ankle. He's going to have an MRI today. At that point, though, even if he could have gone, what's the point? I mean, they're not going to win that game. You're not going to erase. Right. Now, Tom Thibodeau would have had him out there in the second half. He would have had him out there. Ice! He would have had him out there, and he would have made it even worse. But he couldn't shoot. Microcosm of the game. He was 3 of 11 from the floor in the first half. He played 20 minutes in the first half. He couldn't put the ball in the basket. And, you know, I turned the game off at half, but I was paying pretty close attention to the first, second quarter. And midway through the second quarter, the play-by-play announcer, I can't remember who it was, said, the Cavs have only made 5 shots. And there's 7 minutes left in the second quarter. Like, 5 shots. They were getting to the free throw line, which was kind of keeping them around. Not in it, but they were close enough to being around. Cavs shoot 40 free throws in the game. Pacers only shoot 20. And still, Cleveland gets clobbered in the game. I imagine you're going to see Mitchell in Game 5. I think it was precautionary. We will find out later today about the results of the MRI, which if we get during the show by noon Eastern, we'll share that with you. But you look at the number going into the next game, Cleveland a 7-point favorite on Tuesday in what is literally a must-win Game 5. Cavs -7, total 230.
I'm not comfortable taking the Cavs right now with how they've been playing. 7.5 points. That tells me that Donovan Mitchell is going to be fine and he's going to be back on the floor. Like, I feel like that line would have been a whole lot shorter if Mitchell was severely injured and not able to be out there. We'll break down that game a little bit more in depth as the show goes on. Sam, the other game last night was the Thunder and Nuggets. And I think you could kind of say similar things about the Thunder in terms of they haven't looked like the same juggernaut that we saw during the regular season like the Cavs. I mean, their shooting has not been all that great. SGA, I mean, finished with 25 last night, but 8 of 9 shooting, 0 of 5 from deep. Like, he hasn't been the same. So I'm more concerned about this Thunder team than I thought I was going to be going into this series, because if they played like they did throughout the entire regular season, they should be handling the Nuggets with ease, and that has not been the case.
Nuggets look tired, too. Jokic is just... I saw this tweet from Alex Sulkin, who made me laugh. Alex Sulkin's a comedy writer, and he tweeted yesterday, Jokic is a Mad Max truck in search of petrol. It's very funny. He's like, me need petrol, just looking for gas, and he's running out of it. Him and Murray they couldn't shoot. You know, they were 12 of 37 at one point in that game, late in that game. 12 makes out of 37 attempts. Your 2 best players have to be better. So good. I think they kicked me out of the show. I don't know what happened there. But the point is, when your 2 best players can't put the ball in the basket, that's going to be a problem. And they couldn't do it last night. But, you know, realistically, to this point, Denver has done its job. You know, you played 4 games so far. It's 2-2. Most of the games have been close. And I was laughing yesterday thinking about that game. You know, it's a 5-point game with 45 seconds to go, and the spread is 7. And it's Mother's Day, and people are having dinner with their families, and you know there are some scumbag guys checking their phone at dinner, like, the Thunder better cover this, right? And you get the 3 from the right wing by Denver, off the glass and in. The bank is open on a Sunday. that shot sealed the spread for Denver. That late game 3 off the window that goes in. Thunder win. Thunder do not cover on Mother's Day for the people, though.
Sam, that was the exact same thing on Saturday with the Warriors and Wolves. What was it? Was it Jonathan Kuminga fired a 3 with a couple seconds left, and that covered after Draymond Green is seen telling his bench, his team, that like the spread's 5.5. Let's go out and chuck something up, and it goes in. Yeah, tough beats if you had the Thunder or Timberwolves to cover in those games. All right, coming up on the other side, we will dive into tonight's playoff games on the hardwood. Celtics and Knicks, Wolves and Warriors. That's coming up next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
The NFL season doesn't start for a couple more months, but that doesn't stop the NFL from making headlines. And they did this morning, announcing that the Eagles and Cowboys are going to be opening the season playing against each other. And some recreational books, Sam, have the lines out for that game already. Eagles -7, over-under sitting at 46.5. 7 seems a bit rich for an opening game, especially, the defending champs. Everyone always likes to bet them heavy. I feel like a touchdown favorites at this point of the season, where that line is not going to be out there a whole lot longer. And I would be not tempted. I would play on the Cowboys if you made me make a play right now at this point of the off season.
I agree. Not really that excited to come in and bet on May 12th and have that sit in the account for 3-4 months or whatever. I don't really feel like doing that, but the number does feel steep. And I was saying, 4.5, 5 on the higher side. That's probably my true number in the game, but you're going to see that championship tax. People have to understand this. Some books in this country can put up lines right away. Vegas cannot, because Vegas has to wait for the rotation number. So you won't see this up in Vegas for a while. Like, this is a book that is a rec book, probably not taking big bets on it. And Paul said there's a second book that opened up. They opened 6.5. So you're right. 7 is not going to last. I think when we see this get through summer, you're going to see some, also think about this. You're going to see B-roll of Dak Prescott throwing lasers to George Pickens, and people are going to get excited. You got CeeDee Lamb on the other side. You got Pickens on one end. Dak may be healthy finally. The O-line could be better. You're going to see that Cowboy hype start to pick up. But 7's probably too high. By the time we get to kickoff, months away, I think we're in that 5.5 range. But time will tell, as it always does.
Yeah, so if you like the Cowboys, maybe worth grabbing now if you're comfortable with that sitting in your account for the next couple of months. Not exactly my style, your style in terms of betting that one right now, Sam. Let's go over to the NBA. We have a couple games tonight, and big games. I mean, the Celtics, they take on the Knicks this evening. Celtics 6.5-point favorites. Knicks lead that series 2-1 after taking the first 2 games in Boston. But the Celtics finally got back to their ways in terms of knocking down threes. That was the problem in the first 2 games of the season. They went 25 for 100 in those first 2 games. And then finally things start clicking a bit in that game 3. And the Celtics are right back in this one. Now, we said this about, who was it? The Pacers and Cavs, of that one last night being a must win for the Cavs in terms of not going down 3-1 in the series. And so this is, I think, a must win for the Celtics too. I'm tempted to lay the 6.5, but the Knicks have actually been very good at covering this postseason and keeping games close. What do you think, Sam?
I had so much money on Boston Saturday, it actually made me uncomfortable. And Joe and I had sort of talked about it on Friday. Look, sometimes you have to step up in all reality. And a team that good, that was -900 to win the series coming in, loses the first 2 because it can't shoot. Couldn't put the ball in the basket. 25 of 100, Kate, from 3 in the first 2 games for a team that shoots substantially better from downtown. Also had 2 20-point leads. 20-point lead in game 1, 20-point lead in game 2. Joe and I talked about getting weird on the series price, number 1, which was -115, Boston to win. Even down 2-0, we bet Boston to win the series. And then on Saturday, I put it up. I said, I'm going to go here. And I laid 5. I also laid money line, which was -230. I had a lot of money on Boston, and it came through. And I'm asking myself the same question today. I don't want to double up, but I'm in this position now where I have some extra cabbage from Saturday. Do I just roll it forward? Do I put it all on Boston again? Now, I don't know that I want to do full money line here. I I could half it again. I could go half on Boston spread and half on the money line. But at the same time, this is a team in New York, and I think this doesn't get discussed enough. And you and I, we spent a lot of time in Chicago. These Tibbs teams get tired. Mm-hmm. This is usually around the time in Chicago when he had Jimmy Butler, Joakim Noah, Luol Deng, Derrick Rose, Pau Gasol, a mix of those guys over the years. I was in those locker rooms. These guys had played 40 minutes a night through the regular season and into the playoffs. And I was laughing game 3. They're down 30. The starters are still in.
Tibbs that's ridiculous.
I'm like, whoa. And I'm having deja vu flashbacks. And I remember one time I asked Tom, I said, Coach, you guys are down 25. There's 9 minutes to go. Why are the starters in? And he looked at me and went, okay, fair. I get it. But this team is running out of gas. And when it comes to a price, everything has a price. The money line on the Celtics tonight, in a game, let's be real, they probably win. It's minus 250. I think it should be 330, 335, 340. I think it's a cheap money line on a team that probably wins. I'll ask you point blank. Do you think the Knicks win tonight?
Yes, 100%.
You think the Knicks win?
Oh, I'm sorry, not the Knicks. The Celtics. I think the Celtics win.
No, it's fine. No,
Celtics
it's fine.
win.
I needed clarity there for a second. I almost fell out of my chair.
Yeah, the 100%. If I was 100% on the Knicks winning tonight, I would be crazy. It should just be kicked off the show right now. No, I think the Celtics win tonight.
So do I. So I know that people don't love laying money line prices, and I understand that. So if you don't want to lay 250, you can parlay the Celtics with the Eagles to win week 1. I'm kidding. Don't tie up your money that long. But I have no issue personally laying 250. 250 to win 100, 2,500 to win 1,000, whatever. I don't have an issue doing that. Some people do. I don't. I think they win. And I promise you, in some way, shape, or form, I will have Celtics money line for a good amount of money because I think they even this up and then they win in 6 games. But this Knicks team, the minutes are a real issue. And again, I saw this for many years. They play hard all year long. Brunson and Hart and Bridges and these guys play 40 minutes a night all year and then get to the playoffs and there's nothing left in the tank. The Celtics look light. They look refreshed. They look good. The shots went in. If the shots go in, they're not losing, period.
No, and the shots were going in early for the Celtics. I think they hit 5 of their first 6 threes, and you kind of knew at that point that as long as they started off hot and things were falling, that was probably going to be a pretty easy win. To your point about the Knicks and just being worn down, Karl-Anthony Towns literally mouthed to whomever, I broke my hand. Like whether or not that hand has actually ended up being broken. He stayed in the game and played with that quote-unquote broken hand and was fairly impactful, at least on the boards. Jalen Brunson is banged up all the time. Like we're just one little tweak of Jalen Brunson's ankle, although the guy goes back to the locker room and gets a shot of God knows what and somehow can always come back. But I think this Knicks team is a little bit more banged up. My question for you, Sam, is if you think the Celtics are going to win in 6 games, right now, the books think the Celtics are winning this series. Plus 155 for the correct series result of Celtics 4-2, or plus 150 for Celtics in 7, 4-3. Otherwise, the Knicks to win in 7 is 8-1. Knicks to win 4-2 plus 725. Is there, why would you not go a correct series result for better plus money versus a money line wager on the Celtics tonight?
I already have series. I understand the question.
Okay.
Maybe for somebody that doesn't have a serious position, you can go Boston in 6. If you want to go 7, that's fine. I don't play a lot of the exact stuff because in case Boston does go to 7 and win in 7, I'm not that person. I understand it. But it does feel like, let's play this out. If the Celtics win tonight, they're going to win game 5. And then you got the Knicks crawling to the finish line, got to go back home where that Boston team will smell blood. And the other thing about the C's this year, we talked about this a little bit on Friday. Boston has been a much better team this year on the road. in terms of going out and beating good teams. If you go back and look through their schedule, they beat some high-quality opponents on the road. They get squirrely at home. They I don't want to say don't take it seriously, but they are focused on the road, and they feed off the energy of these hostile crowds. So I really don't think there's an issue tonight. Series price has moved quite a bit, though. So it was minus 15 before game 3. Now it's minus 300. And if they win tonight, Kate, we're talking about minus 500, minus 600. I don't want to say this is, I hate the term must win, but the Knicks got to get this one. They got to get it, and I don't believe it. So I'll be on Boston. You talked about laying 6. The market has laid it to 6.5 at a lot of places. There are still 6s out there, but even the bigger number, last game was 5, now it's 6. They're still laying 6 out to 6.5. So that should tell you a little bit more about how the market feels about the Boston Celtics.
And as good as the Celtics have been on the road, the Knicks have also struggled at home this season at times. I believe they haven't won a postseason game at home. Am I making that up? I know in the first round, they won on the road, beat the Celtics. They won 1 at home. But that's about it. So, yeah, Knicks not great at home. Celtics road, I would be fine. If 6.5 is all I could grab right now, I'd be fine doing 6.5. I've been betting Karl Anthony Towns over his rebound prop in every game this series. That's come home in every game. 15 rebounds in game 3 on 22, almost 23 rebound chances. But it is at 12.5 tonight, sitting at even money over at BetMGM. I feel like at some point he's not going to go over that number, and maybe with the hand issue, that's tonight. I'm not going to bet this one either way, over. I'm not going to fade him and take the under now. I'm not going to bet that one tonight, but it has been fairly profitable thus far. Sam, the other series that is playing tonight, game 4, Timberwolves and Warriors. I think the Timberwolves roll. I think they win this game. I think they win the series, and I think they do it in 5. I think that this Warriors team is just toast. Talk about kind of running out of gas. Jimmy Butler playing a ton in game 3, 33 points. It was great. You need those Jimmy Butler games, but outside of that, without Steph Curry, this is a completely different team, and I don't believe Steph's coming back at any time in the postseason, even if the Warriors do get past the Timberwolves. I think he's done.
You feel the way about Minnesota the way I feel about Boston, and the conviction it's very powerful when you have it, and you certainly do here. Curry, of course, ruled out tonight with the hamstring. This is tough, and they did fight. Saturday night, these 2 games played Saturday. Boston played first, and then Minnesota Golden State at night. Golden State's up in the 4th quarter without Steph, and just couldn't finish. I don't want to say the air's out of the balloon, but I think doubt is finally starting to creep in. And these are these important swing games where you need your best players. It's unfortunate Steph isn't out there. I'm holding the piece of Golden State to win the West at 20-1. It's probably not going to win. It is what it is. Thought it was a good bet at the time, right when they got Jimmy Butler. But
it was a good bet at the time.
Yeah,
I remember thinking the same thing, that of all the teams a little bit further down the board, the Warriors were one of them that had the better chance.
They just don't have the depth, and they can't sustain injuries to their best player or 2. And Jimmy's also, let's not forget, Jimmy's a little banged up. He missed time in the last round. He had that issue in his glute. So you have Curry who's out, Jimmy who's battered and bruised. Draymond is going full Draymond here. And you know what I mean? He's already going crazy. Even though he's not crazy, just ask him. I'm not going to bet the game, but I'm with you. It's Minnesota or pass. I'm going to pass. I bet Golden State on Saturday. Got a little bit lucky with that buzzer beater. I feel like you with the cat prop. Just take the money and run. I feel content with what I did, and I don't want to go back to that well on Golden State.
The Timberwolves they were terrible in the clutch during the regular season, under 500 in games where they were playing in clutch time, and they're 4-0 in the clutch this postseason. So the Timberwolves, they figured something out, and the Warriors, it does feel like that was a deflating loss, having been up in the fourth, couldn't close it out. You have to wonder if that is, kind of creeps into their mind again tonight. So I like the Wolves tonight. I'll be laying the points with them. Maybe we get a monster Anthony Edwards game for the first time. I mean, he's scored pretty consistently-ish. First two games were not that great, but I think we finally get him going off tonight. All right, case of the Mondays. It is Monday morning. We are going to talk about what is going wrong, or maybe right, on this Monday morning as we kick off the new week. That's coming up next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
I scream all alone. Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
I hear the boss is in a bad mood again.
I have a case of the Mondays here on Bet Sweats. It has been Sam, it's been a sweaty Monday so far, early on. Not just the show name. It is a sweaty Monday. So for my case of, we're just diving right in here. I'm not wasting any time. My case of the Mondays, Sam, it's 81 degrees in the room that I'm in right now. I have sweat dripping down my back. I can feel it. I'm wearing a tank top for those of you not watching on Twitch or YouTube, which you should. Search BetMGM Network. If I raise my arms up, I probably have some pit. Should we just check it out right now? Like, look at these pit stains. Look at that. I'm sitting here doing a show and I have pit stains because it is so stinking hot in this room. I live in an old building. And so the entire building has to switch from heat to air conditioning. And so we don't have in our specific unit, like we can control how hot it is if the heat's on or how cool if the air's on, but we can't turn the air on ourselves. And the building doesn't turn the air on until you have like 4 consecutive days of 70s or something crazy. So I'm just sitting here in a sauna right now. Shades are closed. We even have solar shades. Those are closed. And I am just baking. So my Monday, starting it off on Bet Sweats and literally sweating while hosting Bet Sweats today. That is, didn't think I was starting my Monday that way last night, but I also didn't think I would start my Monday on the show here, last minute fill-in. But it's been an interesting start to the day so far, Sam. Very sweaty, very, very moist in this room over here.
I cannot speak for the previous iteration of the program, but I promise people that is the first time on Bet Sweats we have seen pits. Definitely. You got to be careful there too. Pits with a P.
Pit.
I feel.
Make that clear.
So in moments like these, what I have been known to do, I don't know if you have a headband laying around the house. That's when you get a headband and you put it in a bowl of ice cold water and let it sit for about 5 minutes, and then the headband becomes one with you. And it does help. I'm not saying during the show, because I mean you gotta.
Okay, I was gonna say I can't
presentable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not sure I'm gonna pull that off. Just have water dripping down my face, shirt soaked from this icy headband.
Wow, Kate looks like Wilt Chamberlain today. Like the water just coming off the sweatband or the headband. I hate that for you, number one. And there's there's no solution, I assume, for the next
so I could
3 hours.
We have a fan. I could bring the fan in, but then my microphone is gonna pick up the fan. And that's not going to be good for radio, right? So I'm really taking one for the team here because I could do that. I'm also, this isn't smart of me. I'm also wearing jeans right now. I may go change and put on some shorts in the next break. Like that's on me. That's my fault right there.
I think the jeans is a wild move for sure. I think we need an audible. Luckily, we have that extra minute or two when we get through this segment. So Kate will shut the camera off, maybe rub a little water, and then get out of the jeans. You're not wearing like winter boots or anything, are you?
No, I'm not. But sometimes I like to get fully dressed sometimes in like normal attire because it makes me feel more alive. So like on a Monday morning where I need my brain to start working right away, I get like, it's otherwise I sit in sweatpants all day and I kind of feel like half, cozy's asleep. So I was trying to get myself to be very awake and alive and feel like an adult, which hence the jeans. But that was clearly a mistake, and those will be coming off. Joe says it in the open, no pants necessary on this show. So I could just take the jeans off and go pantsless. That could happen too.
I am wearing shorts, not going to lie.
Okay, good to know.
And I will never pan down. You will only see this up. So I just told people, but I mean, there's no need. So this house currently is about 72. this house also was built in the 1790s, so there's no central air. So I don't want to make light of your problem because your problem is the problem du jour. But think about this house in the middle of July when it's 95 degrees out and there's no central air.
Yeah,
it is unbearable. And I will wake up constantly in the middle of summer. Now, we have a window unit in the bedroom, and we have wall units in some of the rooms. But central air is undefeated. Central air is the MJ of the house game. And when we came to look at the house many, many years ago, we saw the house in like November. So never really got a taste of what it's like 3 a.m, 95 degrees. No, it's not that hot at night because the sun isn't up, but heat rises. And you cook in these upstairs rooms in this house that was built in the 1790s. So I feel your pain. I think we got to go shorts. And I think you have one of those nice mics where it won't pick up the fan. So
all right, we can do the fan like on low. I guess I don't have to go full blast on the fan. Like any sort of
maybe
my
not
hair is
speed
just
7.
blowing in the wind. Any sort of air, cool air would help. So I guess I probably could go low fan speed. Sam, so in our bedroom, we have a portable air conditioner because I'm not sleeping in 80-degree humidity heat. So maybe that's what you need. It's like an LG portable, and it's phenomenal. It's like there's this hose you stick through the window. So one of those things. Not a window unit, but it works great, and it keeps at least the bedroom freezing. So that's the saving grace, is that I don't have to sleep in an 80-degree bedroom. But now getting up and working, that's a little different story.
Yeah, 80-degree show though. Check. Green check mark.
Yeah, we've got that
Kate
one down.
Constable,
for sure.
On a Monday morning.
Yeah.
Like I said, you got a couple extra minutes. I would go wardrobe change, and I would get the fan. I think the fan would add some personality to the show, to be honest with you. So I think there's this kind of fluttering in the background. So I had a run-in on Friday. So we do our show, obviously. We get off at 12, and then I did the show on The Score at 12:25 Eastern. I had to put something in the mailbox, and not the mailbox on the house. I had to go down to the USPS mailbox, which is about 5 houses down. I can get there in 2 minutes. So I finished the interview with Rahimi and Mark Rohde, who was in for Marshall Harris on 670, and it's 12:40. And then I got a phone call, and I'm well aware in the back of my mind that the pickup at the mailbox, the blue mailbox on the corner, is at 1:00 Eastern. They come every day at that time. So I got to have this in there by 1. So I'm, putzing around the house, and then it's 12:52. Oh, damn it. Got to go to the mailbox. So I grab the package, and I bounce out of the house, pep in my step. It's Friday, had a good day, good show, good hit. Turn the corner, and as I turn the corner, I am greeted by 4 adult wild turkeys. 4 of them. And you've seen the picture. These are not little turkeys.
They're big birds. They're big animals.
I'm going to guess 30 to 40 pounds a pop. And there were 4 adults, not to mention a little baby turkey. So I know the game here. In their mind, I'm coming for the baby.
Yep.
Right? Because they are very parental, and they are protecting. So I imagine me, I don't have camera footage of it, but if I did, I would share it and I would post it. I run out of the house, turn the corner, like half jog, half run, and then screech to a halt. These things start coming at me, and I am not prepared. So I literally stop on a dime like Travis Hunter and run back into my house and close the door and deadbolt it. Probably a little dramatic, but they were in the aggressive stance, and they came at me. I had to navigate, go around the house, go to the mailbox, but then I took my time getting back into the house. Those things would have got a piece of me for sure. because there's 4 of them. You know, we talked about 100 men against a gorilla.
Yeah, I was going to say that
4
whole thing all
adult
over again.
4 adult wild turkeys against a dork with glasses. Not a good matchup for me.
Well, the kicker here, the key is what you said. It's the baby. If there wasn't a baby in the mix, maybe you would have been okay. But the moment the mom feels threatened that her child is threatened, she's coming after you. And those beaks on those things, I would imagine they're pretty sharp and probably pretty strong. So you would have been screwed had they really chased you.
I didn't have any means of protection either. I didn't have a knife. I didn't have.
Do you just start kicking them? But then you're torturing these animals.
No, I ran. Oh, exactly. Yeah, just what I need for like PETA to be strolling by, right? As I have a baseball bat with the wild turkeys, who I did look up are not endangered, so maybe wouldn't be as bad as some people would think. I have had to deal with them before, and it's also weird. I live 10 minutes from Boston. I can get to the Garden in 10 minutes. I don't live in this like country town. But there have been times where I've had things on the grill or the smoker, and we're talking long cooks, like 12-hour cooks. I got a brisket on there. I have a pork shoulder, and the turkeys smell the hot meat that's cooking in my smoker. And they're concerned. Is it a cousin? Is it a brother? Like, they don't know. Or are they hungry? So one time I came out with a baseball bat because I had 3 wild turkeys hovering around my grill. And at that point, like, all right, this is my thing. Get away from my grill. But, you know, when you start smoking something for 6, 8, 10 hours or whatever, there's a natural interest there. So they've been here before. They'll be back again. I just have to watch myself, and I have to be ready for wild turkeys at any time.
You got to keep multiple baseball bats around the house. One at the front door, one at the back. You got to stay strapped at all time. You never know when these wild turkeys are gonna attack, Sam. Scary stuff. All right, Alex Monaco joins us on the other side from MSG Network. We'll talk a little NBA playoffs with him. What's he betting tonight in Knicks and Celtics? That's coming up here on Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Happy Monday. Welcome into Bet Sweats. He is Sammy P. I'm Kate Constable, filling in for Joe O today. In just one moment, we're going to talk to Alex Monaco of MSG Networks. But Sam, we can't just breeze past this. Last segment, you compared yourself to Travis Hunter. Is that a fair comparison?
Athletically, no. But when you have wild turkeys in your yard, I don't play both ways either. When wild turkeys are at your house ready to attack you, I turn into a better athlete than maybe I truly am. It's a very split second. It doesn't last. I can't run like a mile, but I can turn back, run away from the turkeys, and lock them out. I wish I had the footage, as I said. I wish I did. I don't. That's on me. That's another case of the Mondays. No footage from the wild turkey assault on my house.
You got to get like the Ring doorbell so it captures all that for you. You're just recording 24/7, like letting the tape roll for these moments.
Exactly. Let me throw it back on you before we get to a very smiley Alex Monaco. Did you wardrobe? Do we have action?
We have fixed the situation a little bit. Yes, wearing shorts now, much cooler, and the fan is going. My husband just surfaced when I was out there, and he saw me grab the fan, and he kind of gave me a dirty look, like, "You're taking the fan?" Because we only have one fan, and now he's sitting out there working, and I said, "I'm working right now. I'm on air. I need to cool down." And he said, "Yeah, that's fine. I get it. You get the fan for the next couple hours. I'll take it over later." So we are cooler. We're doing much, much better. Feeling more comfortable. I'm gonna start shivering. Sweat. Like now that my sweat's drying, I'm gonna get chilly. We're gonna have to go back to the pan.
You can't have
better
it both
than being
ways.
hot.
Also, surfaced is very funny, like your husband's Bigfoot or something. He surfaced in the apartment. Very funny.
That's the first time I've seen him all morning. So he just surfaced, came out of the freezing cold room into the heat and the humidity. All right, we got to talk to Alex Monaco of Madison MSG Network. Alex is always smiley. Alex, how we doing on this Monday with the Knicks needing to win tonight?
Oh, what's up, Kay? What's up, Sammy? Thanks for having me. Fired up. Very, I'm going to say calm energy after Mother's Day. You know, Saturday afternoon, being able to go to the Garden, it was electric. Felt like a little Coachella, if you will, on 7th Avenue before the pregame, if you will. After, not so much. But look, this was a position the Knicks would have taken 10 out of 10, which is up 2-1 going against the champs. And we've seen it, guys, across the board, the road teams here. I don't know what's going on. People are getting crushed at the books. Your boy has a Willy Wonka ticket, though, with all 4 underdogs. So outside of Steph's hamstring, I'm kind of seeing the board better than my astigmatism. But, yeah, as far as tonight, the Knicks have a lot of sort of momentum that they, in Game 3, maybe were up against as far as energetically in the arena, just because you heard it. Celebrities across the world coming in, the whole world watching. The Saturday afternoon game, though, really the matinee game for the Knicks, if you've been watching them like I have all season, it hasn't boded well. So I don't want to chalk it too much up to maybe momentum changing because you had that, plus, of course, the C's hitting their threes. But, yes, we can go many ways with this combo, but I feel very good about the bounce back tonight.
I can feel this nervous energy all the way from New York. It's not a bad thing. It's just, you can feel it. The doubt may be starting to creep in a little bit. I'm not speaking for you, but I've read the papers yesterday and this morning in New York, and the sky is always falling with a 2-1 series lead, by the way. But I was watching the game. So you're at the Garden dealing with all the rich people crying courtside. I'm at a Boston bar on Saturday. The Celtics are up 20. It's the fourth quarter, and they're nervous. I'm like, you guys are up 20. And they're sort of like, we better not blow this again. So you have two fan bases that are nervous in different ways. My question to you, let's get this back to a personal level. Where are you at with the fatigue factor and the Tibbs has started to run these guys into the ground factor?
Yeah, I don't really buy into that for this moment. I think this this Knicks run, and really you're looking at in this series almost more than last series. Precious is getting a little run. We're seeing Deuce be trusted a little more in this series. I want to say he was absent in the first round, but obviously I think he was averaging around 4 in the Detroit series. He's given them a little bit of buckets here and there. But I think just overall, this Knicks team, we got to remind ourselves, Sammy, they were a top 3 team off a loss all season at 22-9 straight up. So as good as the Boston Celtics are off a loss, the Knicks are just as good. They only had 2 3-game losing streaks all season. So on some level, Jalen said it in the postgame presser after game 3, Jalen Brunson, the idea that we just have to hang in there in the first quarter, in the first half. And if you do look at some of the numbers that the Knicks have as far as winning the first quarter, winning the first half, it's night and day. And a lot of teams are that way. But in large, this Knicks team, we know it. They cannot continue sustainable wise to go down against champions like this that can turn it on at any moment. But I think the tape will show. I mean, a lot of open threes. The switches need to get better. But ultimately, from a nerves perspective, I think even though game 3, actually the pressure might have went back to New York, I think tonight the pressure could be in a similar way like the Cavs-Pacers last night on the road team. Because we all know up 3-1, history will tell you where that ends up.
Alex, I have been betting cat rebound props over through the first couple games of the series, and those have been coming home for me. Are there any other props for either team, but maybe specifically for the Knicks, that you have had success and are going to continue to ride, or just like tonight?
Tonight, I'm staring Kate right at OG Anunoby off of back-to-back under 10-point outings. He has 7 points in the last 8 quarters. It's hard to comprehend when he strung together 20-plus and 10 straight in the month of March. He was non-existent offensively. Yes, the ball needs to get in his hand, and some of these three-point shots that get him going sometimes is how it adds to his game and peppers throughout the game. But I need to see OG impose his will, run downhill. We got to remind ourselves, I like to call the Pistons the middle brother from the first round, just toughening up the older brother Knicks. This Boston team, as I joke, Al Horford halfway to Sizzler, they aren't even close to the physical challenge that the Knicks saw last round. So put that kind of pressure on them. Starts with OG, but if he's not going over, to me, at least 15 points tonight, which would be adjusted on the books because of the last 2, the Knicks are not going to win this game. And that's just the reality. They need OG Anunoby, the highest paid man on the court for the Knicks, to put up double digits. I'm staring right at him, maybe even a little points plus rebounds, because these kind of games he does pop out and give you maybe 6 rebounds, which is always over for someone like him, which is kind of perplexing given his size and his physical abilities. But I'm looking at OG points.
The Knicks are undoubtedly tougher. The Celtics just had better players. I think we all agree with that. And what's going to win out, toughness or talent? For somebody looking to bet the Knicks tonight, Alex, would you feel better about Knicks in the first half +3 or Knicks full game +6?
That's a great question, Sammy. I mean, you look at how the Knicks have fared off losses. They actually come out in the first quarter and the first half a lot different, with a lot more sense of urgency, a lot more dialed in. I think for me, I'm going to probably go full game. It's just one of these series where the quarter and the half bets, I've actually leaned under. My favorite bet, just to throw it out there across the board, which cashed with ease on Saturday, was the matinee first quarter under. I mean, I make this observation on my show all year. These guys are evening creatures, evening lads. You put them at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they're barely waking up, if we're being honest. And you watch one of the most historic first quarter unders in OKC, and the Nuggets wasn't even close to cashing the over in the same scenario with the C's and the Knicks as far as the first half. Something to think about for me. I'd go on the Knicks side, more so full game. We know this. The arena and the Garden gives you an opportunity to let the crowd in that 6-man really be a factor. I made this observation. It wasn't a good one. The loudest the Knicks crowd was in game 3 was the Mitchell Robinson free throw. Cannot have that. We've seen it on Get Up and all these programs. The Northeast fan base, it's a very interesting fan base. So I want to wait on a first quarter, first half Knicks purchase to see how the crowd is and just kind of like Brunson is at quarterback. Feel the temp of the room before I click a button.
We're talking with Alex Monaco, host over at MSG Network and the host of the Moneyline Monaco podcast. You can follow him on X at Alex_Monaco. All right, Alex, moving on to the other game tonight. We have Warriors and Wolves. Wolves 5.5-point favorites. They are up 2-1 on the series, winning tonight in Golden State, all but wrap up the series with how teams fare, going down 3-1. So are you laying it with the Timberwolves tonight?
I'm going dog day parlay here again tonight, Kate. I'm looking at it right here. I feel good about the Warriors off of 2 straight L's. It's tough in this NBA playoffs to pack anybody in 3 straight wins. I mean, just look across the board. It's been a lot of zig and zag. Of course, road wins a lot more than previous playoffs. I think this Warriors team, I watched that game in entirety. They were right there, similar to the Nuggets. They were just unable to, down the stretch, close it out. I think this is a Jimmy Butler game where he kind of goes back to a little more of his MO in Miami in those kind of first round vintage Jimmy Bucket moments. And yes, he goes for 33, 7 and 7. You think, is that enough? This is more so Buddy Hield didn't score till halftime. Cannot happen. And I know they're good buddies, but that's a guy, Jimmy in particular, has to get going. But they had a perfect script. I mean, Anthony Edwards, well below 10 points at intermission. They were there. Julius Randle, clearly 2.0 Julius Randle, is the reason they're up 2-1 right now in a lot of ways. But I got to take the Golden State Warriors here. Gut check game. If the murmurs are true and Steph has a chance of coming back, you're going to see that extra effort, the crowd. I do believe them to be a home court advantage. They are one of the better teams as well off a loss on the season. I got to take the number, but I'm double Costanza dipping on the money line here. I like plus 180, depending where you shop.
I did this for you because I knew you were going to talk about it. When you talked about the parlay, the Knicks to win, the Warriors to win, plus 740 at BetMGM. Not that I'm doing it, but I mean, judging by the hand motions there, you're going to think about it.
We're going to think about it. And again, the Knicks, just a top 3 straight up team off a loss. They know this moment is rare. They know the whole city's behind them. And they got the one nervous energy game out of the way. I've called Jalen Brunson. He has a lot of Jalen Hurts in him. An unbelievable leader, one of the best fits for the team that he leads, and his ability to just have the temp in the room of what's going on when he needs to step up, when he needs to make a basket. I just see it tonight. I see a Knicks bounce back. I mean, you have to say this also out loud. Not that it's NFL, but a home prime time dog, and we're getting 5.5. I mean, that's something to consider off a loss here. Also understanding, at least on the Boston side, it's completely live and die by the 3. I mean, Missoula is less than 1,000 sleeps younger than LeBron. We got to remind ourselves this guy has not seen every version of playoff basketball. He's a kid. He's a pup when it comes to adults in the room coaching. Tibbs is in his, 20s when this guy was playing grade school ball. So in that coaching matchup as well, I expect Tibbs to make defensive adjustments. And again, on the Golden State thing, you're talking about packing in a team 3 times in a row. You saw what Boston did when they lost 2 straight. And GS Dub at home. I got to take the dog evening parlay here.
Alex, in about 30 seconds a minute, how surprised are you that the Pacers are up 3-1 in the series against the Cavs?
You know, I'm shocked. I'm not floored by it. The offense, the depth, Carlisle, let's not forget this guy's got a ring on his finger. He is an absolute leader, and this team has shown tenacity and toughness from last year they didn't have. Now, I sprinkled enough to live next to Rosillo and Manhattan Beach on all 4 of these underdogs on a parlay before the season the series started. I have the Nuggets, the Knicks, the Pacers, and the Warriors. Again, I'm a Steph hamstring away from looking like that is coming to fruition. I'm going to be a homeowner, but I like the Pacers here, Kate. I think there's something special. What an old school 90s matchup to have the Knicks hosting at the Garden, the Pacers. Shout out Reggie.
Yeah, Pacers possibly going back to the Eastern Conference Finals, second straight season. They're doing pretty well right now, I would say. Alex, we appreciate you taking the time. As always, great to talk to you, and good luck to your Knicks tonight.
Hey, thanks, Sammy. Thanks, Kate. Always a blast. Appreciate you.
That is Alex Monaco of MSG Networks and the Moneyline Monaco podcast. Catch him on X at Alex_Monaco. Today's MLB slate coming up on the other side. Who do we like on the diamond? Sammy P. We'll tell you next here on Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM network, sponsored by BetMGM. to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
It was an interesting weekend in baseball. Some notable headlines being made around the league. We're going to dive into those in just a moment, plus today's full MLB card and our plays in that. But coming up in much on the NFL playoffs, and then later in the show, 11:20 Eastern, Michael Leboff will join us from the New York Post to talk some more NHL playoff bets, his insights. We'll get some picks from him. All that good stuff coming up here. But for now, it is MLB time. And this weekend, a great Mother's Day for Josh and Jake Young's mother, because the boys played each other. So she only had to go to one game. She's not bouncing around multiple venues. That would be kind of tricky unless she had a private plane. But Sam, tell us what happened in this game with these two brothers.
Really cool scene. So Josh plays for Texas. Jace plays for Detroit. They both play third base. And mom's in the crowd. Mary is in the crowd. She actually brought the game ball to the mound. Sons were on the field. It was a big moment. And then Josh goes Yabo for a 2-run homer in the fifth. Jace is waiting for him at third. So they obviously not embrace, but they high five at third. And they cut to mom, who's just beaming in the crowd. And then they caught up with her later during the telecast. And, she's trying to keep it together. The whole family's there, as you can imagine. According to the Elias Sports Bureau, it was the first home run by a player facing his brother on Mother's Day since 1969. It has been some time.
Wow. That is some time. 1960. I mean, I didn't realize that was a stat that we keep, home runs against brothers on Mother's Day. But I guess, hey, everything is a stat. And that's got to be a very cool moment for mom. Like, obviously proud of both of her sons for being professional baseball players to begin with. And then they get to play against each other. One of them hits a home run. Like that's a pretty cool moment right there. So good for mom. Good for the brothers specifically. Josh Young, one for the Texans, who hit the home run. Not quite as exciting, Sam. Rockies. They lost 21-0 on Saturday, and they part ways with their manager, Bud Black. After the weekend, they were on pace. I'm right now, 7-33 start to the season, on pace for 134 losses. Last season, the White Sox set the record for most losses in a single season with 121. Like, this Rockies team is god-awful. Like, they're not just bad, they are really bad.
That is good for this show. This is an anti-Rockies show. Worst record and under 60.5 wins. I have a feeling we're going to get the under. That feels like it's probably going to happen.
That feels pretty safe.
I don't think they're going to get to 50, let alone 61 wins. But the tweets were just all over the place. And this one's crazy. I screen grabbed a bunch of Rockies tweets because people know we go in hard on Colorado. The Rockies this year, on average, are being outscored by 3.43 runs per game. 3.43 per game. That's the average. If you're wondering about the White Sox last year, 1.88. So substantially worse than the White Sox were last year. And as we've talked about for weeks now, there's going to come a time when the Yankees or the Mets or the Braves, Dodgers, whoever, come calling and get anybody with a pulse in that bullpen and trade for him. So this team that has no prospects and no hope is going to get poached in the bullpen. And their bullpen's awful as it is. So you take one or two of their decent arms out of there, think about how much worse it could get in the middle of June, July, when the ball is flying out of Coors Field in the altitude. It's going to be a long season. But I think it's great because, we get to root against the worst team in baseball on this show every single night. And, to be on pace to get low 30s in the win column. What more can you ask for when you bet on a team to have the worst record and go under on wins? This is the worst baseball team I've ever seen. And I'm trying my best not to be hyperbolic, This is a AAA team playing in the majors. It is that bad, Kate.
Well, yeah, when you have 7 wins and we're at this point in the season, that's not the best. So, okay, you guys have futures on the Rockies and stuff. Have you and Joe been betting them, just fading them game to game? Because I feel like if you would, based on the, opponent scoring on average over 3 more runs than them, if you took Rockies opponents on the run line even every game, because minus 250 today for the Rangers on the money line, like, yeah, you could argue that there is value in that, in them winning this game, but even the run line minus 1.5 is 135. Have you guys been betting, just fading the Rockies on the run line?
Joe brought up the idea of money line parlaying the Rockies opponent with something else.
White Sox opponent.
Unless they're playing the Marlins. They just took 2 out of 3, by the way, my Southsiders, who I need over 50.5 wins, and I don't know how that's going to go. But let's take, for example, let's cross-pollinate here. Let's take the Celtics on the money line to win at minus 250. I am adamant they're going to win today. And you went against the Rockies. So if you did a Rangers and a Celtics parlay, MGM is going to give you minus 105. That's probably going to win. The issue with the run line is that the books have caught up. And now, as you just alluded to, you're laying a big price to lay a 1.5. And what other books are doing is they're just jumping right to 2.5. So you can't lay 1.5, but you can lay 2.5. So now you got to win by 3. It makes it a little bit more difficult. I mean, you're going to see a lot of games where the Rockies will lose by 2 this year or 1. But they're getting absolutely slaughtered in so many games. So I don't really want to lay 200, 300 every night against Colorado, and I'm not a big run line player. But if you find something else that's likely to happen, Celtics. So Celtics win, Rangers win today, minus 105. Who ruins that, Kate? Anybody?
I don't think so. I mean, unless you get do you get the whole coach fired bump in baseball? Like, I don't think.
Well,
that's
they won
really
yesterday. They got it yesterday. They fired him yesterday, and then they won.
Oh, so they're not winning today. So that parlay is winning. That one's
probably
winning.
not.
Minus 105. Go ahead, lay it.
I saw this tweet from Nate Kreckman. Firing Bud Black during the 4th quarter of a Nuggets playoff game on a day they actually won is absolutely peak Rockies. It is very funny because the Nuggets are playing in the NBA playoffs. The Rockies just won. Saturday, they actually gave the manager the nod of approval. They came out and said, we like Bud, blah, blah, blah. Then the Rockies win. Then they fire Bud the very next day. So they lied to us. I guess losing 21-0 allows you to lie to the media. But just a weird year, and there's no hope. I know that, look, people listening right now are like, oh, they're doing the Rockies thing again. But this is quite literally a historically bad baseball team, and you can profit by betting against them. So, yeah, we're going to talk about it. Sorry.
We should also talk about Paul Skeens, one of the best pitchers in baseball. He goes today. Pirates against the Mets. Mets just had a good series over the Chicago Cubs. And Paul Skeens tonight. Strikeout prop is set at 6.5. That's at even money at BetMGM. The under on that, or the over for that, 6.5. The under minus 130. Skeens has been, I think you could say he's been fairly solid this season. His record just doesn't reflect that because he can't get any run support. So, Sam, are you back in Paul Skeens against this Mets lineup that played pretty well? I mean, the runs that they were putting up against the Chicago Cubs, impressive this week.
I really like Skeens as a dog. I imagine that's going to be popular, not only for wise guys, but for the public. I mean, that's not something you get every day, but of course they're going on the road to take on a very good team in the Mets. This opened $1.35. It has moved 25 cents. So I'm not going to be on the wrong side of that with the Mets. I would have probably laid $1.35, $1.40. I was busy last night. I was watching basketball, watching other stuff. Did not get in on the move. And now that I've missed it by 25 cents, I'm certainly not going to lay $1.55, $1.60 with the Mets. My only issue with Pittsburgh is the offense just so bad. I mean, they can't score. and they've lost 8 of 10. They don't win on the road. They're 5-14 away from home. Run differential -56. I know he's the great equalizer in the sense that he could win you a game 2-1, 3-2. I lean under in the game, under 7. That's a tough team to bet, Kate. And you had brought up the White Sox in our daily Royals fade. I think if you go anti-Pirates, anti-Rockies most days, you're going to be in a good spot. But I do lean to Skeens at that plus price. You're not going to see him plus 140 all that often.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mets also 11 games over 500 right now. They are plus 475 to win the NL. Only the Dodgers ahead of them at plus 145. And Mets are favored minus 115 to win the NL East. Phillies plus 175, followed by the Braves plus 350. Moving over to, speaking of the Phillies and Cardinals, Phillies right behind the Mets in the NL East. You have Chris Sanchez going tonight, and the Phillies have been great at home. Cardinals not so great on the road. They've only won, I believe, 6 road games all season. And coming into this one, the Cardinals are playing really well, right? They've won their last 8 games, one of the longest streaks of the regular season this year. Dodgers had an 8-win streak. Twins are also surprisingly on an 8-game win streak right now. But I'm going to fade the Cardinals today on the road against a Phillies team that has been very good at home all season. And Sanchez has been pretty solid.
Jake is a big Sanchez guy. Jake would be very happy if he was on the show today. Yeah,
I don't want to disappoint Jake.
Sure he's listening somewhere. But he has been driving that Sanchez bus all season long. And are you going to lay the money line, or are you going to get crazy on like the run line -2.5, 3.5? How are you going to play it?
I'm going to go run line in this one. What are we looking at right now? This morning it was plus 125 on the run line for -1.5.
I like it.
I'll take
I
that.
like that too. Yeah, I agree. I wanted to, since we're talking Phillies here, I imagine Paul is here somewhere. I saw this side-by-side comparison between Juan Soto and Kyle Schwarber. And Paul, I know Soto gets a lot of talk for MVP. Schwarber's numbers, for the most part, are better than Juan Soto. So Schwarber, at the time of this screenshot that I took yesterday, I don't know what he did yesterday. Schwarber had 4 more homers than Soto, 10 more RBIs. He's hitting higher OBP, higher slug, higher OPS, higher OPS plus. His WAR is 0.2 lower than Juan Soto. So, Soto's getting a lot of talk for MVP. He's like 10-1. Kyle Schwarber, MGM has 66-1 MVP. How does that make sense? Where one guy's 10, the other guy's over 60, but the guy with 60 has better numbers.
It's weird. Like, he's such almost like a cult hero. Like, he was in Chicago. He is in Philly. He very much fits those two fan bases. And it's not that there's not the national respect, but he's not like a national star. Maybe, if that makes any sense. Like, you're right though. Like, he doesn't have that. Like, in a World Series MVP, I could see him winning. Like, we've talked about him for home run leader. That's obviously totally based on stats. In the past, he's never quite gotten there. But no, you just don't hear that buzz. And maybe it's because he's behind, like Ohtani, he'd have to beat out. Like, but if a guy like Kyle Tucker can be plus 450, like, I don't know. Like, he doesn't have the name recognition of like the Ohtani, even the Fernando Tatis Jr., the Juan Soto. Not Mookie even, but is he overshadowed by Harper? Do we think? Like, is that just always what's going to be there?
Could be. I don't know, Kate. I know we're dealing with Ohtani as well. Like, Ohtani's the elephant in every room for NL MVP. But Schwarber has a huge range. One book has him 40, another 50, MGM 66. There's an 80 in Vegas. There's a huge range on this guy. And if he keeps hitting like this, those high numbers are going to disappear. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you don't have to convince me to look at Kyle Schwarber at a big number for MVP.
I mean,
that ballpark, man, in the summer. I mean, if he goes on a tear over the summer, like that ball flies out of there. I mean it. And he's the best natural hitter in that lineup. Like Trey Turner has been such a disappointment. I know we got to run, but like he is like Castellanos is kind of like no approach. They have no approach in that lineup except he is like him and Harper are like the professional hitters in that lineup. So numbers could be there.
Hit 2 home runs last night. Not too bad. Sitting 66-1 over at BetMGM for NL MVP. Yeah, that's all you have to do. 2 homers. Every night.
14 homers.
Not too shabby. All right, we head over to the ice NHL playoff bets. We'll break down those games coming up next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Time to hit the ice. NHL playoffs continue on. Last night, the Stars beat the Jets 5-2 to take a 2-1 series lead. Panthers also beat the Maple Leafs 2-0 to take a 2-2 series lead there. Tonight, two more matchups on the ice. Capitals and Hurricanes. Right now, Hurricanes lead the series 2-1, and then we have Oilers who are leading the series 2-1 over the Golden Knights. That is the nightcap tonight. Sam, if we start with Capitals Hurricanes this evening, Canes are the heavy favorite, minus 250 on the money line. If you like Washington, you get around a plus 210. Where are you putting your money tonight?
I don't know that I'll have a dollar on this one. I've got Washington futures that I don't feel great about. Have them to win the cup. Don't think it's going to happen, but it is what it is. Bet them, I think, in the middle of January. We had a guest on, Alex Smith, who was talking about Washington, and they played well regular season. They got to where they needed to get, but they're looking old, right? The Ovechkins and the Tom Wilsons are looking old and showing their age in these playoff games. But Carolina, the worst time, I would argue, from a betting standpoint, the worst time to back a team is after they just shut somebody out. And we saw that with Carolina. You're in the shutout, big game by Freddie Anderson, but now you're paying that premium the very next game. And this has been a series where you've paid the premium the entire time on Carolina. I mean, Carolina on the road favorite at Washington. So now off the shutout, Kate, I imagine the average bear is going to look at Carolina and go, oh, yeah, I'll lay the, puck and a half. I'll do these alts. I'll play the under. Where I don't want to lay Carolina. I also don't feel good about Washington. So that's a long way around of me saying I'm not going to bet it. Lean to the dog, hope the dog wins, but it just feels like an unbettable game for me. I'm not laying 250, 260. BetMGM, by the way, roar, minus 275 on Carolina. So you are just going to continue to lay big prices with Carolina. And to no surprise, the biggest price of the series is off the shutout that they had on Saturday.
Yeah, they know exactly. The books know exactly what they're doing. They're baiting all the people who think Carolina's just going to run away with this one. And that's not to say they aren't, but I think if you're talking just solely price tonight, I would have to take Washington. You get plus 225. I mean, Washington probably should have won that game one that went into overtime, right? Like they had control of most of that game, or at least early on. And obviously weren't able to hold on and now find themselves backs against the wall. So I would go with the Caps tonight. Decent number. I mean, the scoring has been the problem, a lack of production, but at some point, I think they are going to find the back of the net. And I think you could also look towards the under too, 5.5. I mean, this has been a defensive series. Both of these goalies, two highest save percentages in the playoffs right now too. So the goalies are playing extremely well. The offense for the Caps, not that great. But we'll see if that can come alive enough for them to get at least the win tonight. I have no money on this as of now. I probably will not, but I would take, if I had to bet anything, plus 225 on the Caps money line. Oilers and Golden Knights. This game just feels kind of like Vegas is just outmatched. Like they're dealing with a lot of banged up players, some players out of the lineup, and then you have the Stars for the Oilers. And I think that's just going to be too much for the Golden Knights to overcome, especially being on the road in this one. So I would lay the minus 125 for the Oilers money line if I had to bet in this game, Sam.
It took an hour and 46 minutes for mom and dad to fight, but here we are. This is our first disagreement on the show. Not that I'm right.
Let's go. Let's hear it.
Not that I'm right. I am on Vegas. I think this is going to be a fascinating series in the sense that Edmonton goes into Vegas, takes game one and game two. Then we go back to Edmonton and Vegas takes game three. Did you see how the game ended, by the way? Riley Smith at the buzzer. It was 3-3. Smith put it in the back of the net with 0.4
that was wild.
On the clock. I don't know what happened there. Edmonton couldn't clear the puck. And then Riley Smith, who's back in Vegas, is able to score that goal. The guys on the post game were like, what just happened? And sometimes you need breaks like this. It's not that Vegas has been completely overmatched either. I agree with your point, obviously, about the concerns with the injuries, but they're in that first game. They had the lead. Edmonton came back and won it, and then they lose 5-4 in game 2. So they haven't really been outclassed. Are they outmatched? Potentially. They could be. I look at a number, though. It opened Edmonton -0.25, and I see a couple sharp shops down to about -120, circa -119. So there have been some bets on Vegas. I will take a plus price, and I actually, because I'm that kind of cat, I was looking at a Celtics and a Golden Knights parlay. And what benefits you in that realm is that you do get Boston, that's obviously a big favorite at -250, but then you get that plus price on the Golden Knights. Even at +105, it explodes your parlay with the plus sign. So a Celtics and Vegas parlay is +190. That is entertaining to me as well. So you and I are going to have a little side bet here on the Knights and the Oil. You have the Oil. You get the best player in hockey.
Oilers.
And I get a team that might lose and should lose, mathematically speaking. But I'm going to see if Vegas can do it one more time, and should be a fun game. And now I'm a little bit more interested than I was maybe coming into the segment.
Because you'll have potential, and I say potential. It's not certain. Bragging rights tomorrow if the Golden Knights win. I'll take the Oilers. I'll take the other side, Sam. I'm not afraid. Go up head to head with you. Do you have any thoughts on the total in that game? This is a series that we've seen quite a few more goals than the Caps and Hurricanes. That one is more of a slugfest. This one, opens up a little bit. Total sitting at 7 right now.
Yeah, MGM just moved to 7 in the last couple of minutes, which is crazy. But then you watch Edmonton play, and they're very liable on the blue line. Defensively, not that great. The goalie he's an issue right now. And I don't know. I don't really love betting under high totals because you could flick it on and it's 3-3 in the middle of the second. But yeah. I'm probably not going to bet the over. So I'll stay away from the total. I will take my Knights. You can have your Oil. You're in again on Friday. How about this? How about if the Knights win, you and Joe are on Friday, you have to wear like a huge winter coat in your office with all the heat on.
In my sweaty office? Okay, deal. I'll do the first hour. I'm not going the full show. That wouldn't be pretty. But I'll go the first hour in a coat if Oilers win. If Oilers lose, rather. Knights win.
You went with that right away. I was expecting a little more resistance there. You wearing the heavy winter coat in the 82-degree office. If the Knights can't, or if the Knights do win, I have the Knights. You have the Oil. Mark that down, right. Paul. We need winter coat Kate.
All right, okay, so if the Oilers win tonight, like I'm not on the show with you tomorrow, I will tune in to make sure whatever we decide on.
Yeah, you can throw a punishment at me. I mean, you don't need to give it to me right now, but how about at the end of the show, we will do some sort of I'm not going to shave an eyebrow or anything, but
no, I won't make you do that. I'll make you eat like a hot chip or something.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. I've done the hot chip a couple times actually.
Okay.
It's not great, but wow, I got way worse. You have to wear a jacket. I have to eat the hot chip.
Yeah, but it's 82 degrees in here. I'll be sweating bullets.
Yeah, people have gone to the hospital after the hot chip. Now I will be okay.
Yeah.
I won't need the hospital, but I'll have a little pint of ice cream next to me. Not going to bet the total here, but very intrigued now because now there are punishments on the line in Vegas and Edmonton.
I will have this game on my TV this evening. We will see. Okay, let's switch gears really quick. Over the weekend, I talked to Warren Moon. He joined me and my co-host Cam Smith on The Better Angle. And we talked to him about his relationship with Cam Ward and giving Cam the #1 jersey, his retired number, to wear this season.
For Cam Ward. And he's only 22. And he said, before the draft process, he wasn't too familiar on your game. And you get that, right? I mean, just a way different era from when you played and he's a younger guy. But he said that he started to watch film of you through the draft process just to make sure that you were legit. And he said that, he's legit. So when you hear that, does that put a smile on your face and like, yeah, young fella, I used to be the man back in the day?
It did put a smile on my face, and I don't know what he was thinking. You don't get to the Hall of Fame without being pretty good, you know. So that should have been not even a question. But yeah, if he had to see me on tape, which most young kids today, that's what they want to do. They want to see highlights. They want to see what older players look like, and you know, whether it was black and white film or not, all those different things. But yeah, I think I convinced him that I was a pretty good quarterback at one time, and I think because of that, I'll have his ear just a little bit closer.
How old does that make you feel that Cam Ward had to Google or YouTube Warren Moon to see if he was actually a decent football player? Like, that makes me feel really old.
I'm not surprised, though, all that said. Cam Ward was born May 25th, 2002.
Yikes.
I was 13 years old. Yeah, so that's wild. I actually saw, too, this is the last NFL draft where a player will have been born in the 1900s. So think about that. If you want to feel old. That was cool. Warren Moon on the show. That's awesome. That's a great pull. Woo.
Yeah.
Guy
Shout
could
out
fling
Randy
it back
Merkin,
in the
our
day.
producer. He gets some great guys. And Warren Moon also talked about the relationship that he has with Cam Ward, and he saw a lot of himself in it, which is why he was okay with giving him his retired jersey for Cam to wear the number 1. And he wants to continue being a mentor to him throughout his rookie season and career. Cam Ward just better hope he is decent, because if that number comes unretired and Cam Ward is just a dud, that's going to be tough. That'll follow him for a while, and that's not a good look. So, number 1 pick in the draft. We hope he's going to be pretty good. Titans certainly need a good quarterback this year. All right, coming up, enter in hour 3 of the show. We'll talk a little bit more NBA, make some prop bets on these games tonight in our next segment, and then we talk to Michael Leboff in about 20 minutes from now. More NHL playoffs coming your way. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Where's the room?
All right, it's NBA playoff time. We've got a couple games tonight. We've talked about sides and totals. We have not exactly talked about a ton of props in these games. So it is time to find where the room is. I got a new segment here. First time doing this segment. I kind of fumbled that start. Yeah, that was not my best intro. But we're going to find out where's the room. I get it. Like, where's the room? Let's gauge the temperature of the room here.
I noticed too that you were you were fixated on the Grim Reaper with the blade. You didn't really know. You didn't see that coming, which I understand.
No, I didn't. I didn't see that being the open. I thought we were just going generic open. So that threw me off, even though Paul told me that we were going with that open. So I just thrown off all around. But either way, my room is pretty warm here. We're going to find out where the room is overall on these props. Paul, just take it away.
Sure.
Stop talking.
So,
yeah.
Basically we find out it's a lot of like the most popular props at BetMGM, and we've had some decent luck picking out some of the most expensive ones, and they're very random. For example, we can go through the rest of the list, but the fourth most popular prop for Celtics Knicks is Jalen Brunson under 3.5 rebounds at -150.
Nope. Would never be me. Ever.
Not at -150. No, absolutely not.
So these props basically on average are about -125, -130. And then you'll get the occasional -150. We've had some 170. There was a -200 last week that did win. But these are the most popular bets from the public. So the most tickets as of right now at BetMGM. They come out of nowhere. And Paul has been very happy to fade rebound props because rebounds are, I don't want to say random, but when you're betting a random player like Jalen Brunson, it's not like fading Jared Allen or Karl Anthony Towns. You're not fading a guy at the rim. You're fading a guard, which fundamentally makes sense, but his number is so low, and then you got to lay the $1.50. So that's probably one of my early contenders. I see, Paul, you put that in bold. I'm guessing that you're guessing that was what I was going to say. That would be the one on that first list that I would fade. So I would take the over and try and get $1.25 or $1.30 on the plus price.
Yeah, I would take the over there too. I mean, I'm not laying -150 for that. He's gone over that number in 2 of the 3 games in this series so far. So not exactly something I would be going to. I would fade the OG Anunoby over 6.5 assists and rebounds and take the under on those, because we did hear Alex Monaco when he joined us say Anunoby needs to score more. Like his assist numbers are not going to be there if he's looking for his shot more consistently tonight. His rebounds numbers have not been all that impressive either. So I would take the under on those two combined and instead look at his points prop or something. I know that's not on this list as one of the more public bets, but that's where I would go with that one.
Just rounding out the list, and we get a couple of these every now and then. Maybe not every time, but often enough. So Brunson, first field goal, is is second most popular at +500. Brunson, but also Brunson under 2.5 3-pointers at -105. That is your most popular prop in that game. Kate, you mentioned the Anunoby, and then Josh Hart over 12.5 points. He's popped up on this list a couple different times over the past week. He's over 12.5 points at even money. Is your 5th most popular prop for Celtics Knicks. So moving to Wolves Warriors. We'll just go from the bottom up. Julius Randle over 20.5 points at -125. Here's your kind of random pricey one. Julius Randle under 6.5 assists at -150. And first field goal at +475. DiVincenzo over 8.5 points at -105. And the most popular prop in this game, Podziemski under 11.5 points at -110.
Joe's guy, Pajemski,
Yep.
Polish pride. So he's been really off so far this series. I'm not really surprised by this bet. That said, it's only a 3-game sample size. And I think a lot of times the exercise we learn from Where's the Room is that you can't overreact to 3 really bad games or 3 really good games, right? The truth is oftentimes in the middle with most of this stuff. So Pajemski for the season averaged 11.7 points per game. And understand that that's with Curry for most of them. So you got Curry out of the way. He's out. He's been ruled out. So more shots ideally, more minutes, more opportunity. And you look at his box score. It's not really for a lack of shots. I mean, he's taken 10, 9, and 7. But the output is what people are drawn to. He only had 5. He only had 11. He only had 3. So when they hang 11.5 in your face and he hasn't hit it one time, yeah, people are going to bet the under. And they're going to lay a price too. Well, this one's actually flat, minus 110 each way. But I am not surprised, Kate, at all, that people have looked at his last 3 games where he hasn't gotten over this number one time, and they're betting the under tonight.
Pajemski is also a really good 3-point shooter. And how many times have you seen him hit one and then all of a sudden they start falling? Like, that's the saying, is shooters just need to see one go through the hoop. And I think based on, I mean, he is 1 for 9 in this series from deep. That's not great, but he's still shooting 4 or 5 a game. I think he could knock down a couple threes tonight and get over that number. I feel like, to your point, Sam, we shouldn't just be totally scared off of betting the over on this just because of what he's done in the last 2 of the last 3 games here. And he did have a couple games against the Rockets in that series where he wasn't even getting to double digits. But then you also see the games where 14 points, 26 points, he's pouring in 6 threes. I think that is something that could easily happen tonight. And without Steph, like, the Warriors need him to shoot a little bit more, to jack up a couple more threes, try and keep them in this game. So I'm not on board with playing the under on Pajemski points, 11.5. That is not something that will be making my card tonight.
The book is telling us too, without screaming into a speakerphone, to make the number 11.5 and not 9.5 or 8.5.
Right.
They are telling you without telling you, hey, he's going to have a better game than he's had. And role players, as we all know, role players tend to play better at home. He had 5 points in the last game, shot 1 of 10 from the floor. Odds are good he's going to regress the right way. And if he makes 4 shots tonight, odds are good he'll make a couple of threes. He's going to be right there, make a free throw or 2. I like him to get over. Anything, Paul, in this game that you're going to look to fade?
I mean, I'm not going to necessarily look to fade it. The Randall one, I mean, it's just, he's all over the place. And like, I just don't, I think it's crazy that they're laying that big of a price, that there's that much conviction in going under the 6.5 assists there. So no, I would look, I always wanted a better price going the other way on the Brunson rebounds going over, but it's just plus 110. So I picked off some of these more plus money, like better prices in previous games when they're laying bigger numbers on like rebounds and assists, but there's nothing really that I'm necessarily drawn to in these 2 games.
The Brunson 3-pointer one, let's go back to the number 1 most bet prop in the first game, okay? So, again, I'm not really results driven. I'm more process driven. How did we get there? What has it looked like for Brunson? And you look at his over-under, it's 2.5 threes. But, Kate, the volume is there, right?
Yeah.
In 3 games in this series, Jalen Brunson has attempted 26 threes. 8 in game 3, 9 in game 2, 9 in game 1. He's putting them up. They're just not going in. And maybe that's a larger question to the Knicks. Fatigue. Are guys out of gas yet? Are they running on empty? Whatever. But in no way is this a guy that's going to come out today and take 3 or 4 threes. He has proven this round that he is going to get open from 3. and he will take them. And if we even drag it back a little bit more, let's go into the Pistons series. 10 threes, 7 threes, 7 threes, 12 threes, 5 threes, 4 threes. You know, you don't like the lower numbers, but he's taking threes. It's not that he's not taking them. He's not making them.
And we haven't seen in this series, I mean, 29 and 27 points in 2 of the 3 games. Like, that's impressive. There's no denying that he's had a major impact. But we haven't seen the Brunson game yet where he puts up 40, where he puts up 35. I mean, he had 30 or more in what that series went 6 games, 5 of the 6 games against Detroit. And I think we're going to get a Brunson game like that in this series, whether it's tonight or in game 5. And if that happens, he's likely going to be hitting quite a few threes. So I would take the over on his 2.5 threes. I don't understand the love for the under in that situation.
And with that volume, I mean, again, in this situation, I'm not saying I'm betting this, but like what I look at in this situation, and it's like, all right, 4+ threes plus 240. Like
Right.
that, I think I would play before I would just play the over 2.5.
Yeah, the thesis is the room is overreacting to what it's last seen. And that's sort of where we live in this segment. And, you know, I know, Kate, you saw the Grim Reaper and the blood coming under the door. Gertch killed it on the graphic. No pun intended. Killed it. Absolutely
Literally.
killed it. And then did you see, by the way, on Friday, we do the segment every day. On Friday on social at bet_sweats, they did Where's the Room, and they put 2 doors on the post, and the doors were swinging open and shut, and behind the door there was a player and the prop. It was very good.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah. So I texted Kate, not you, Kate, social team Kate.
Social Kate.
And I said, "Did you do this?" And she said, "Yeah, do you like it?" I'm like, "I love it." Because you got the 2 doors, you're looking at them head on, and then the doors just slowly swing open and close, and there's like Donovan Mitchell behind door 1 and whoever else behind door 2. So they have taken it and run with it. I think the Brunson number is attackable tonight. I would look at Brunson to hit at least 3 threes. And Paul, you probably don't have the worst idea thinking about maybe 4 or 5 plus. Just him regressing and having that big game at home. He's got to will them. They need their best player to take over. And that's a guy that I would not be looking to fade tonight in the NBA.
No, absolutely not. I'm right there with you. Shout out to the social team. That's phenomenal. I'm going to have to go back and look at that one. Stepping our game up on social here. Sam or Paul, do you guys ever bet first field goal scorers? I never do that just because I think that's just such a crapshoot that
No.
I don't even want to throw $10. I like to lose my $10 coffee on first basket.
I also, if I did it, I wouldn't bet the favorite. He's one of the favorites, right?
Bet someone further down the board and get an actually, better number than 5-1.
Yeah, no, look, I don't want to give people advice on how to bet this because I'm not going to bet it. It's like, well, Sam told me to take the center at 20-1. No, I didn't. I would just, if I was looking at this, I would go for a more realistic roulette number. I want something that's going to pay me a lot on a little. I am not going to start handicapping first basket though. I don't know, Paul. Maybe you've bet a couple of these in the past. I never have.
I have. It's been a minute. I'm good on that. Yeah. But I'm with you on the dart throw. If you're going to do it, throw a dart.
Yeah. All right. We're good on these player props for now. Fade in the public. We got the temp of the room here. Draft lottery is tonight. Chicago Bulls have a 1.8% chance at the first pick. Whoever gets the first pick is taking Cooper Flagg. Sam, I think that is pretty obvious based on the number for Cooper Flagg to go number 1 overall.
Minus 20,000 I see on Flagg. So, yeah, probably going to go first. Got to lay 20,000 to win 100. But that said, Kate, I know a buddy of mine, he said when you pick up or when you see free money on the ground, you pick it up. He bet 5,000 to win $25. He did. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. He's a poker player. He bets stuff like this all the time. I didn't do it, but he's going to go first. So to an extent, this is free money, but you got to lay that much. You got to lay $5,000 and win $25. There's not a lot of draft bets. Maybe we'll see more as we get the order, but the only thing you can bet right now, who wins the lottery and who goes one, and we know the answer.
We know, Cooper Flagg's going number 1. I will not be laying $5,000 to win $25. That's not happening in my book tonight. All right, Michael Leboff will join us next from the New York Post. We'll talk NHL playoff bets. What is he looking at tonight on the ice? That's coming up next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Coming up here in about 20 minutes, we wrap up the show already. We have our best bets, lightning bets coming up. We'll tell you where we're putting our money tonight across the various leagues and playoffs. But for now, we're also waiting on a punishment for Sam. I'm trying to think of something for him if the Golden Knights lose tonight and the Oilers win. So that is going through my mind right now. I'm brainstorming as we continue on here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. We do go to the phones now. Michael Leboff joins us from the New York Post. You can follow him on X at the Big Lebowski. We're going to talk a little NHL playoffs. Michael, thank you for taking the time to join us this morning. What has been your biggest takeaway or surprise throughout the NHL playoffs thus far?
Thanks for having me. I guess right now my biggest surprise is the way that the betting market is kind of, I guess, giving Carolina as much respect as it's getting, or disrespecting the Capitals, if you want to look at it that way, because that line and the way that this series has just been dealt out in terms of the betting prices, it continues to confound me. Especially because I thought Washington was pretty good in Game 3 despite losing 4-0. So I think that's right now the thing that's on my mind. Big picture, maybe it's just the way that the Oilers continue to win, the way that they win, and their goaltending issues have been comical. So, yeah, those are the two things, I guess, that are sticking out right now.
I agree with you on the Caps. We talked about this earlier in the show. I think you could also make a case for the respect, or the maybe over respect, for Florida. But then again, Mike, they're the Stanley Cup champs, so it makes relative sense. I mean, Florida yesterday was minus 250. It's like, okay, all right, in a game that, Toronto wanted to have. So I think you're seeing, it's very obvious. The sports books and the guys in Vegas, they respect Carolina a lot, but they also respect Florida. Here we go. Florida going to Toronto, game number 5. What's the line? Oh, it's Florida minus 140 on the road.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? And especially after the way that Game 3 played out, you thought, okay, maybe there'd be some sort of cold water thrown on the Panthers. Despite, they won, but they needed to go to overtime. They blew a late lead. I know that they clawed back in that game, but they also didn't start well. So it's just they played okay in the series, but they keep coloring outside the lines a little bit too much, that you think that the prices would come down. And I guess we're like you said, minus 140 on the road in a huge Game 5, and you're just like, okay, I guess they're seeing something I'm not, because I would still kind of lean towards Toronto at the prices you're getting, because they've proven that their recipe for success, which is to kind of sit back and absorb pressure and hit on the counter, is going to work, and it's going to work when you're the underdog, especially.
Looking at the two games that we have tonight, the totals in them pretty different. 5.5 in the Caps Hurricanes game, and then we have a 7 in the Knights Oilers. Any plays on the totals, or just thoughts on how you think those games are going to go in terms of goals scored?
Yeah, that Washington Carolina series feels like it has a crooked number game coming. The goalies have been great. Thompson and Anderson. Anderson coming off the shutout. Logan Thompson has been fantastic throughout the whole playoffs. But you just feel that there's been so much pressure from Carolina, and the Capitals they're not generating a ton of chances, but they're getting high quality. If you look at the 5-on-5 numbers, Carolina has something like 110 more shot attempts, but only 6 more high danger scoring chances registered. So I think that's a game where not only over 5.5, but at some point we're going to see a 6-4 or 7-4 kind of game. So whether it's tonight or down the line, that's something I would consider in that series.
Kate and I are heads up on Vegas Edmonton. I took Vegas. She's on the Oil. You got to break the tie. Who wins tonight?
I think you got to, if you're getting plus money to go against Stuart Skinner right now with a good team, you got to take it. Just like, you don't want to pile on, but in betting, sometimes you just have to. And It's not just the way that Skinner's playing, but it's the way that he's forcing the games to play. Because if you let up 1 or 2 soft goals in the playoffs, it's just going to change the entire complexion of a game and cause things to open up and put your team on the back foot. And the Oilers just aren't going to be able to crawl out of all these holes. So I do think that Edmonton, as a team, if you kind of just blur out the goaltending situation, they should maybe be the Stanley Cup or at least the Western Conference favorite right now. But when you bring in the goaltending situation, it really kind of scares me. So if you're getting plus money on Vegas, a really good team, even on the road, I would take it.
Huh. All right, guys. I see what's going on here, ganging up on me a little bit. All right, I can handle it.
Yep. We hate Kate.
Yeah, exactly.
Hate Kate.
Exactly.
That's exactly what's going on.
My feelings are hurt. They are. We're talking with Michael Leboff, NHL handicapper. You can follow him on X at the Big Lebowski. Michael, in terms of props or goal scorers tonight, have you been betting player props in these playoffs? And do you have anything on the card tonight?
Yeah, and kind of going into that, what I was saying about the Carolina-Washington series having more goals in it. I do think that Alexei Protas, the hulking winger for the Capitals, who's been playing, he's now bumped up to the top line after he was hurt coming into the playoffs. So he's back, and I guess the coaching staff believes he's at 100% because he's getting bigger minutes now. He's a threat, 30-goal scorer in the regular season, very underrated on that team, drives play in the right direction. Has a good line mates that will be looking for him. Playing a lot with Ovechkin, so you know that the Hurricanes will be zeroed in on making sure Ovi doesn't hurt him, so that should open up some space. So I like Alexei Protas in that series quite a bit, and I'll probably go right back to him. I would go with the goal scorer. I know that you can get over a point at a decent price too, but I think I'll just chase the bigger price than that on him to score.
Would you rather bet? I got 2 prices that are very similar here on the series price. Would you rather take a piece of Toronto at plus 190 or Vegas at 2-1? They're very, very similar in terms of escaping with a win in the series.
I would. It's weird, right? Like I guess I would go with Vegas just because of the goalie situation in Edmonton, whereas Toronto. You could see that series no matter who wins Game 5 going 7 easily. I don't think that Game 5 is a must win. If generally speaking in the playoffs you want to win that Game 5, it skews your odds considerably. But that's just a series that has a lot more to it than I think just this one game. Whereas like Vegas, man, like if they can get 2 on the road here and really cast doubt on the goaltending situation at Edmonton, it can change the entire way that they want to play and how they're going to want to protect and isolate Skinner if he's going to have to roll with the rest of the series. So I will take the 2-1 on Vegas, I think, over the Toronto.
What about Conn Smythe right now? Do you have any action out there, or for anyone who maybe wants to jump in that market and doesn't have anything right now, is there any way that you would attack that?
Yeah, you're going to find some really good value throughout the playoffs on any team that's falling behind in series. Logan Thompson at 50-1 for the Capitals, I think, is a really good bet. Washington is 28-1 to win the Stanley Cup. I honestly don't hate that either, but I like the 50-1 price on Thompson right now with the way he's playing. And I mean, even if you look at the Maple Leafs, they're tied 2-2 in their series, and as we said, you know, the betting market is disrespecting them, and before games 3 and 4, we were starting to see the William Nylanders and Mitch Marners climb the board, and they lose a couple games, and now they're falling back. And 40-1 on Marner is certainly not a bad price at all. So those would be 2 that I would consider. Logan Stankoven in Carolina at 100-1. If you think the Canes can keep going, I know Freddie Anderson has established himself as the guy in Carolina if they win, but you can't trust him to stay healthy, and he's someone who's had some really off series in the past. So if his numbers start to tank a bit, I don't mind Stankoven. He's just kind of been quietly producing consistently for Carolina. So those are a few guys to keep in mind.
I think there's an angle for some of these guys on Vegas, not to keep getting at Kate here, but Edmonton has a 1-game lead, and they're favored to move on. But what that does for those that aren't aware and don't follow it, it makes the prices so much bigger on anybody wearing a Vegas sweater. So Jack Eichel, you could find 25-1, and you can find the goalie. You can find Aiden Hill right now. Not to say, Mike, that he's going to win it, but if Vegas wins this series because of Aiden Hill, the 200-1 goes to 40-1 going into the West Finals. So you can buy dips, especially on teams down. So anybody on Vegas, anybody on Washington, anybody on Winnipeg for that matter, these prices are just exorbitant.
Yeah, exactly. Like you look at the Winnipeg prices are really tempting too. You got to try to draw the line somewhere. I'm having a tough time seeing how they can just keep it going with Dallas. Like maybe they can drag it into the deep end of the pool, and you'll be happy sitting on a Mark Scheifele or Connor Hellebuck ticket, or even Cole Perfetti. I mean, you're seeing him at like 300-1. He scored some huge goals for them already. So as you're saying, you pick your team kind of that's at this junction of the playoffs that's down in a series or even tied in a series, and you find the short list for that team, 2 or 3 guys, and you pick your price. And you can be sitting on a really good ticket later in the spring. I mean, we saw it a couple of years ago with the Knights, right? Like some of those prices were getting out of hand on them when they fell behind, even early in round 1, I believe it was against Winnipeg. And anytime they'd go down in a series, you'd see Eichel's price jump and Marchessault's price jump. And in the end, it was Marchessault who got it. But Eichel, going into like game 4 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, was like 30-1, and he was a real shot at winning that thing.
If you had to pick 2 teams to meet in the Stanley Cup, who do you have going to the finals?
Right now, I guess I'd go Florida. I like the way Florida matches up with either team that comes out of that Hurricanes Capital series. I wouldn't say the same about Toronto. And so I'll go Florida, and I guess I'll go Dallas. I mean, they look like a team that's just going to make it really hard for you to take 4 out of 7 against them. They could beat you in so many different ways, even missing guys, really important players to start the playoffs. So it's hard to pick against Dallas out in the West, and I'll trust the Cats.
I thought you were going to say Florida Carolina, because we know the league would love a Florida Carolina Stanley Cup final for the ratings, Mike.
Yeah, if they meet next round, I can't even I've had some family who work in like TV and stuff, and anytime a Canadian team would go deep, that he would be rooting against it for them. And he's always, you drew basically anything between the Mason-Dixon line and the northern border. Those are the teams he wanted to see in the Stanley Cup Finals or conference finals. So that they're quietly rooting for one of these bigger market teams to make it through.
He is Michael Leboff of the New York Post. You can follow him on X at the Big Lebowski. Michael, appreciate you taking the time. Best of luck with all your bets, and enjoy watching the games tonight.
Thank you very much.
And go Knights.
And go Knights. So he likes the Knights. Okay. All right. I was thinking, I was listening to the interview and obviously what he had to say, but I was also trying to figure out what your punishment is going to be if the Oilers win. Like, can you eat 5 saltines in 30 seconds? What's that whole challenge, right? Without any water?
I can try. Yeah, I can try. I can do that. I don't have cottage cheese, unfortunately. Okay. I told you. It's funny. I told you I don't like cottage cheese, and you go, "Do you have any?" No, I don't. No. I just keep it in case I'm hungry.
Well,
we can do the crackers. I don't have saltines though. I think I got the Ritz. Those wouldn't be.
I don't want you to go out and buy. That's annoying to have to go to the store. It's not that big of a deal. But if you have Ritz, right. If you have something, crackers in a minute, that should be easy.
Okay. 6 in a minute. I'm thinking too. I know I just kind of teased with it. Like, what would the worst Stanley Cup final be for ratings? It would probably be Winnipeg and Carolina. Because Florida actually has. I was saying, Florida and Carolina. I don't know that the league really wants one of those 2 teams to meet. or one of them to go to the final, rather. But a Winnipeg Carolina Stanley Cup final. Does anybody that doesn't follow hockey care? I don't think so.
No. I would just go ahead and say, no, I don't think so at all. Winnipeg? That's also Winnipeg, Carolina. That's like that would be a long flight in between. Didn't we have that a couple of years ago? Panthers going out to Edmonton or something?
I think, yeah, we did last year. Yeah. Last year, Edmonton and Florida.
Which is like the farthest distance in any series. I don't know. All right, coming up, lightning bets on the other side. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
So this is pretty good, Sam. As we wrap things up here on Bet Sweats, lightning bets coming up here in just like a couple moments. But before we get to that, the Colorado Rockies, we mentioned earlier in the show, we talked about them. They lost 21-0, worst loss in franchise history over the but they did a little trolling after the game. And their social media team put the clip of, or a screenshot of it, of Jordan Hudson in the Bill Belichick interview saying, "We're not talking about this." So the Rockies are saying, after getting like steamrolled, we're not talking about this, but at the expense of Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. So phenomenal social media trolling there by the Rockies social team. But also this weekend, Jordan Hudson, she's in a beauty pageant. What was it? Miss Maine? Miss Vermont? Finished runner up. I saw a clip of that and I thought, oh, that's her. That's Jordan Hudson's. She used to do pageants back in the day or something, because I forget she's like 12. But that was what's going on right now. And she finished runner up in Miss Maine. Bill front row supporting.
She
Nothing more
had
you can ask for from a partner, I guess.
Huge scowl on her face when she found out she wasn't the winner, because she came in second. And I think it's great. I mean, the fact that she got so close. I don't know about you, Kate. In a beauty pageant, not that I've ever been in one before, I would rather finish 8th than finish 2nd. That's how I feel about it. Could be a very bold take. But the fact that she was so close to winning and came in 2nd is very funny to me.
I would agree with you. I would also, I kind of want to go, was this pageant televised at all? Like, can we watch? I want to go back and like see if I can figure out. And when I say I want to, I really don't. That's a waste of my time, anything with Jordan Hudson. But I'd like to know where she stumbled, if at all. Was it in the questioning? Was it in the evening gown, if they still do that? I know nothing about these pageants other than that they are all done up and answer a couple questions and walk in bikinis, right? But where did she go wrong? Because she's made a couple wrong moves over the last couple weeks. Things might be crumbling for Jordan Hudson.
I would love to get the audio and see if we can secure some of that. Maybe play it tomorrow. Maybe play it for the rest of time if there's a really bad answer. I remember one of the all-time pageantry clips. They asked one of these poor women who doesn't know the answer to the question, like, what would you do to fix the education system? And the woman was like, I think we should spend more time in South Africa teaching them how to speak English. And you're like, that's not an answer.
You are not winning because of that.
No, like, stop. Like, that's how you're going to fix the American education system, by going to South Africa. Stop. According to this
exactly who we need in charge. Yeah.
Yeah. Run for president. She had a lobster-shaped clutch that was embroidered with the phrase, "Save Maine Fishermen." Her father was a former fisherman. So she was trying to play into the crowd or the judges or whatever by having the lobster-shaped clutch with the "Save Maine Fishermen." Tried it, got close, but did not quite get there. Did not get the tiara at the end. The winner, we should give credit to, Shelby Powell of Bangor, Maine, will represent Maine at Miss USA. But your girl, Jordan, Jordon, close, but no cigar.
Jordan. Yeah, she is really, the fisherman thing is something that she has leaned into. She's very passionate about that because her father, like you mentioned, is a Maine fisherman. But that's also, I mean, goes up to the photo that she and Bill took on the beach when he was fishing for mermaids. We remember that one? That was a banger. I'm not sure Bill knows that one's out there based on the CBS interview. I don't know if he knows any of those pictures are out there. But yeah, Jordan Hudson with the Maine fisherman. It's about enough Jordan Hudson as I need for this week.
So you did not pay the $40 to watch it on pageanttv.com?
No. No, I will not be going to pageanttv.com and paying $40. I would rather put my $40 on one of the bets that we most bet prop over at BetMGM that's going to lose tonight because the public is all over it. That's where I should put my $40 rather than Pageant TV. Not having that one. All right, Sam. Lightning bet time. You start us off. What do you got?
And that was talking Jordan Hudson on Bet
Yep.
Slots.
Smooth transition for me there.
I mean, how do you transition out of a lunatic, right? I mean, like, it's very
You don't.
difficult to do. I totally understand. Okay, so I'm going to pay this off. Talked about it beginning of the show. If people don't want to do this, I understand, but I did it. I laid minus 240 on the Boston Celtics just to win tonight. I didn't lay 6.5. I did the money line. It's a little pricey. I understand hesitation that people don't want to do it. But I've seen this movie before with Tibbs. I covered it in Chicago. He has a good team, not a great team, with players who leave it all on the court. Problem for New York, and back then Chicago, is that this team was already running out of gas heading into the playoffs. And I don't think they're good enough to beat Boston. Boston sort of feeling itself now. Boston made shots. Boston won easily. And Boston probably should have won game 1 or 2 or both easily. I don't want to take everything away from the Knicks. But if Boston plays its game, Boston wins tonight and then wins the series. So I laid minus 240 on the money line. Willing to pay that premium, Kate. No issue on my end. And I don't think anybody else should have an issue for the most part. I mean, don't get crazy. Don't bet what you can't afford. But I think that's a winner. Celtics on the money line. The other bet, I mean, I have to do it now. You and I have a side bet. I don't know my punishment. We could figure that out maybe offline. I don't have cottage cheese to eat. But give me the Golden Knights. MGM has plus 105 right now. So that's a pretty fair consensus price. You might be able to get a bigger number if you go somewhere else. But give me Boston to win in basketball and Vegas to beat Edmonton tonight.
All right. I could get on board with your Boston play. Obviously, I'm on the other side in the Knights game. I'll take the Oilers minus 120 to win outright. I am not going to bet anything in that Boston game. Nothing that really jumps off the page to me, so I'm going to stay away from that one. But I will lay the points with the Timberwolves. Minus 5.5. I think Golden State is going to start to run out of gas a little bit unless Jimmy Butler has just another 30-plus point performance and you get a big game from Buddy Hield or Podziemski. I don't see Draymond Green putting up, a massive number where they're going to be able to run away with that game at all. So I like the Timberwolves minus 5.5. I also like Anthony Edwards in that game to go over 27.5 points. He did just have a 36-point performance. So, I mean, he's been putting up big numbers, and that was his first game where he shot fairly well consistently throughout the game, where he's really struggled early on in the first 2 games. I mean, he didn't get going until the fourth quarter of game 2, and I mean, finished with 20 points in that game, but that was kind of already out of reach and not exactly in critical moments. So I think we get a big game out of Ant. I'll take him over 27.5 points, and I will lay the points with Minnesota 5.5, and then take the Oilers on the money line. Those are my 3 bets for tonight. Paul, do you have anything that you want to add here?
Nothing for tonight, but Kate, I feel like I should keep you in the loop since you were here for this. We have tossed around the idea of, is my camera not working? Well, that's weird.
We do not see you.
It's okay. We hear you.
Yeah. Toss around the idea of a draft, or like thinking about who, if Bill Belichick wakes up and snaps out of this or has like a family intervention, who does Jordan rebound with? Because it's going to be someone high profile. Would it be like a Brady? I mean, right now she's got 1 more year left for like a DiCaprio kind of window, so she could still do that. What other names are kind of on the list? Something to think about. So we'll keep you in the loop on that, though. But no, I'm starting to scratch the surface on the PGA Championship, but no lightning bets for tonight.
I feel like that would be a good power rank for you guys. Don't you do that Tuesdays or Wednesdays? So you power rank Wednesdays. The next 5, people that
good.
Jordan Hudson might go after next.
Yeah,
not bad.
I had brought. Yeah, I mean, to that point, I think some sort of a rating or draft would be great. I thought 4-person snake draft with Joe, me, Paul, and Jake. Snake draft, 3 candidates a pop. That could be fun, Paul. I think a snake draft where everybody's involved and we keep getting everybody else's, like, you pick my guy, Jake takes Joe's guy. That could be fun. A snake draft for the next beau of Jordan Hudson.
Jordan, capital O.
Capital O.
Yeah, that's a red flag right there. Do you guys are aware that her previous boyfriend was 65 as well, right? Like, you know the track record of her?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, on top of the whole, like, where'd you guys meet? Let's not answer that question sort of thing. But yeah,
she may have other men that are in their older.
I mean, I guess we have to shoot for that kind of age range, like 60 plus.
Yes.
Maybe we just stick this.
40 is too young. You have to go. I would say 50 plus.
Never been happier to be 40, Kate. Not.
Paul,
you don't want
do you
Jordan
have
coming after you? Put
by the
Paul
way,
Aspen on that power ranking list.
Please do not. Please do not.
I don't have a nominee for her next beau yet, but Paul, any quick thoughts on Justin Thomas this weekend coming up?
I'm not a JT guy, and again, some of that maybe stupidly is influenced by the whole full swing thing, where like he got gifted a Ryder Cup spot, and I've just been kind of sour on him ever since when he was playing like absolute crap. He's played a lot better this year. Short answer is no, I will not be playing JT, but it's kind of a personal thing, I guess. So which is not a good way to bet.
Okay.
Another beautiful transition from Jordan Hudson to another topic. There is no smooth way of doing that.
There's no way. Yeah. There's no way to do it. But I mean, she is the gift that keeps on giving, and I can't wait to see this all play out.
Truly. All right, that's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Send it in with PJ Glasser coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network, followed by Bet Slips and Bat Flips at 1:30 Eastern. Thanks for joining us, Joe O. We'll be back tomorrow with Sam. This is Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.